Your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga. World Marathon record holder Kelvin Kiptum is set to be buried today at his home in Cherunya, Uasin Gishu County. President William Ruto will lead the mourners in the funeral service, which will be held at the Chekorio Farmers Stadium starting at 9 o'clock this morning. Hundreds of Rift Valley residents, including athletes from all over the world, are expected to attend the burial.
Kiptum is like someone who was committed on his work, and actually showed me that he was committed because he ran very well. He ran a course record in that day, but due to injury he was having on that day, I find that after the race to congratulate Kiptum.
Kelvin Kiptum really shocked us as athletes. We are still in denial, but we have to accept. So the passion that he had in athletics was the best, and he was so much determined to an extent we were hoping for a gold medal in Olympics.
A Nairobi magistrate will today rule on whether televangelist David Gakuyu will be held for 4 days pending further probe into allegations of embezzling 1 billion shillings from members of his Ekeza Sacco. Milimani magistrate Geoffrey Onserigo directed that Gakuyu remains in custody at Muthaiga police station pending the ruling. His defense counsels, led by Ndego Njiru and Dunstan Omari, were opposed to the request by the DCI, saying they've been investigating the matter for the last 5 years and their client has always been available to investigators during the period. The televangelist was arrested at JKIA on Wednesday while on transit to Zambia.
6 orders to have the respondent detained for 4 days at the Muthaiga police station.
It's my humble prayer that you grant the respondent conditional release, either by bail, so that he complies with the conditions of this.
All salaried and non-salaried Kenyans will be required to contribute 1.5% of their income towards the affordable housing levy. This is one of the proposals in the Affordable Housing Bill 2023 that was passed by the National Assembly. The proposal is said to be a major step towards making amendments that were ordered by the court when it suspended the bill last year. Here is National Assembly Finance Committee Chair Kimani Kuria.
By salaried people, they're saying, why are you deducting money from me to build a house for someone else, and that someone else also has an income, and that income they're not paying the tax. So to tell you that, you say, if you have to benefit from that house, you must have demonstrated that you are paying the housing levy.
This is happening at a time when the opposition MPs have vowed to file a case in court against the implementation of the tax.
As the Affordable Housing Levy Bill 2023 moves to the Senate, we once again ask the senators from across the political divide to be patriotic and reject this bill in toto. It is a bad bill for the people of Kenya.
The Council of Governors has now warned that there is a plot to undermine devolution, led by its chairman, Anwar Guru. It has complained that the 391 billion shillings allocated to the county in the government plan for the financial year 2024-2025 is not enough, as the level should be increased to 450 billion to facilitate services to the people.
In another 5 years, we probably will find ourselves without counties, and we are really struggling. The projected allocation to counties for the financial year 2024-2025 has been revised downwards.
That is not enough even for salary increment, leave alone the other expenditures we've talked about.
The governors who arrived at the Senate have now asked the senators to defend devolution that have mentioned as being in great danger.
In fact, for us, we were very surprised last time when for the first time Senate did not defend increased allocations to counties.
Counties cannot perform those functions unless the Senate does its part in its budget policy statement.
We're giving you money and more money for that matter. But what are you doing about the pending bills? That animal is sickening to where it is.
We're very sympathetic to devolution.
And we are here by law to protect devolution. That is our role. That is our mandate. We are not shy about it.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. And hii mambo utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If you go out of this country and come back the same person, then you have a problem. Buy land, 1 million. Put it there for 5 years. What's the purpose?
It'll have increased in value.
No, that's the thing. That's darkness. That's an eclipse. You don't do that.
I hope you don't believe that a hustler is a poor person, or that all hustlers are poor. I've seen that conversation.
Tell us, who is a hustler?
So who's a hustler? Hustler is a person who is making a living through hard work.
Corruption in Kenya is a political accusation. The people who are actually corrupt are not pointed fingers at.
Kenya is not free. Kenya imeshikwa na mateka. It's under siege.
Have you seen that lodge on Nyeri Road?
Very high fence. You can't even
Windows
sleep inside.
up near the ceiling.
Yes. And if you walk there at midnight, you see bats the size of cows.
And when it rains, it doesn't rain on that building.
Yes.
When you're at All Saints and it's raining, it doesn't rain on that building.
Thank you very much, Eric, and it's good to be at the Situation Room.
Always a pleasure coming here. This is the most challenging interview panel in Kenya. You guys are very well informed, and as you can see, Charles today, very philosophical.
To be poor in this country is the greatest sin you can commit, not just from a legal perspective, but from life generally. Yeah. It is very, very skewed.
We've just heard on the floor of Parliament, just most recently, a leader within the ODM saying that sisi ni ng'ombe is a baba.
Yeah.
Which means that you are willing to be milked dry.
Hapo.
You cannot force me to believe. I'll give way. If it's land that I'm told to return to you, I will. Okay? Because the court has said so. But I'll continue saying, watu wamenirusha. That's all that I'm doing.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Good morning and welcome to Friday. All right, what do the roads look like today, especially at this hour? Normally on a Friday, we don't see much hopping into the city, but we're seeing a little bit of movement. So when we say that, it's already starting to clog a little bit right around the Pangani underpass. Coming in from Uhuru Highway looks pretty good. Jogoo Road, actually, no traffic at all. And on Outer Ring, looks very good as well. As you're coming off of Ngong Road, you'll be fine getting into the CBD, all for now. So just slim pickings for this morning. Let's see how it pans out into Friday. And we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Are you ready? Okay. Spice FM. Online, mobile, and on radio. Facebook at SpiceFM KE. This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist.
It's Friday finally, my friend. Why is it so cold?
How many things do you want us to answer? Okay, why is it so cold? Because the temperature was set to below zero.
That's the only thing I've asked.
Okay.
Did you hear any other question?
And I just heard many things, and then that's actually, now that I decide for all of it, it was one question. I've answered. How are you? Fine, it's Friday.
Hey.
Here you are this morning.
Why, did you say why it's cold? Why?
The temperature was set to below zero.
The AC?
Hey.
Watu wengine hapa hatusemi ni nani, lakini watu wengine hapa
watu wengine. Don't worry, everything is gonna be what? Irate.
All right.
Irate.
How are you?
Fine, thank you, please.
Yeah. Even my place is fine, thank you.
Your place is fine, thank you.
Yes.
I'm very happy to hear this. Ona sasa nimekufanyia kazi mzuri hapa.
Umenipatia miwani? Umenioshea?
Yes, please.
Umeweka kanini? Kaomo kidogo, inataka kaomo kidogo. Kaomo.
Kama watu ambao wanaenda car wash alafu hiyo kitu naweka kwa dashboard.
Hiyo ile nini?
Hiyo ndio unataka? Vipi lakini?
Ile ya kuweka ile ya kuosha windscreen. Otherwise we are good. Sindio?
Yes, please.
Even me otherwise.
Even you otherwise.
Yeah.
How was your Thursday? Your Thursday. Yesterday was actually Thursday.
Yesterday was Thursday.
Yeah.
It was, I don't know. I don't remember. It was such a long time ago. I just don't remember, man.
The days are dazing for you.
Yeah. Kitambo kidogo. Tangu mambo haya yafanyike. Ednah, do like that, bwana. And then we can do like that. So, is City walking in?
No, she's doing something. He's
still doing his bad manners huko nje. Inaitwa impunity.
Yeah.
So, today is Friday. And just like every Friday, we're going to have a Health Friday conversation. It's about alcoholism. Time to declare alcoholism a disability. This is a campaign that's being pushed by David Ogot, who's a recovering alcoholic. He's been on this campaign about alcoholism for very, very many years. And now he says, you know what, Look. You know, you look at someone and say, oh, huyu mtu amekuwa mlevi. Yeah, this person is just useless. This person is careless. They're just careless about life. And that's why they just drink. Amekuwa mtu bure kabisa. Hobby hoy.
That's the thing.
Hobby
hoy.
No. Then you forget that this person is actually, it's beyond their control.
I get it. There's always the very first question about, when you lifted the glass the first time, you did that within your choice range. So, and I can see why it's contentious. I can see why it's controversial to even make that suggestion.
There's sometimes that people think that you did that, it was your own volition that made you to do that. Is it?
To take the first drink?
Yeah. Is it?
Many factors, I think, play.
Yeah. Because there are people who, you make the choice to go and drink. And then once you make that choice to go and drink, then you go and, but not everybody gets addicted.
That's true.
So why does this person...
Are there predetermined factors to say that this person will get into an addiction and a state of addiction over another? I think Those are the things that come into play.
And then there are those who are getting into drinking just because. I mean, I've seen people drinking and then you start. And then there are those who go and pick a drink because they're looking for something to hold or hold on to. Okay? So is it a conversation that we need to have? Yes, and that's why we'll be having it with Okoh when he joins us at 9 a.m. And then today, where is this city, Muga man? Oh, he's saying goodbye to the people who are going to Eldoret.
Okay.
Yeah.
Saying goodbye to people who are going to bid farewell.
Yeah,
Okay,
to
sawa
bid
basi.
farewell. Naambiwa sasa nyinyi mkifika huko mpeane rambirambi zetu, mwambie familia sisi tuko na wao kabisa, na wale ambao wamebaki tutasimama nao sisi kama Standard Group. However, we have a guest host who's joining us for the first time this year, Ramanyang, a business journalist. Good morning. Happy New Year.
Good morning. Happy New Year.
How you doing?
What else am I supposed to say?
Happy Valentine's.
Oh, yeah, Valentine's.
Yeah. What else?
We passed that specific date.
Happy Ash Wednesday.
For those of you who celebrate, yes.
Yeah.
Happy Lent.
Well,
Is Lent still in progress?
Hey, yeah.
It began on
listen,
Ash Wednesday.
Not all of us are Catholics. So
Yeah.
we're just
Not only Catholics celebrate or observe Lent.
well, Catholics are more serious about observing it compared to some others.
It's true.
Yeah, so there's that.
But are you fine, please?
Yes, I am struggling to find taxes in this great republic.
You're struggling to find taxes?
Yeah, we're struggling to find taxes. Apparently, some of us are not patriotic enough to be
Kwani
paying our
umepewa
taxes.
kazi KRA?
Aye, my
Kazi yako
friend.
ni kutafuta tax.
No, but you.
I thought you were a journalist.
You'll wake up in the morning and.
Do you not know that you work for the taxman?
Yeah.
No.
I
You know the way
We should have known. We'd not have invited you here. Now you're coming to extort us.
there are those who will argue that there's some who live to eat and those who eat to live. So
I know some of those people.
Now please replace the eating part with some of you live to be taxed.
Yeah.
Others are taxed to live.
Yeah.
Among other stories. That's
Where?
where we're at now.
Well, karibu sana.
Asante.
So we'll have that economic conversation today. And at 8 o'clock, we'll have that deep discussion. But at 7, we'll talk about the shilling versus the dollar versus the euro bond and all those things. The president said we have sorted out that euro bond issue. The one for June. Sorted.
Debt distress. Out of it.
No, we haven't.
We're no longer in
Kicking
debt distress.
Kicking the can down the road.
Where? So
Excuse me?
you can call your own press conference, just like the president, and say, we are reporting what the president said. So
Actually, the president has provided fodder to discuss. That's what I'm doing.
Sisi, you talking to the microphone.
The president has provided us with fodder to discuss.
Muga,
Yes.
how you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Watu wameondoka. Wale wanaenda mazishi ya Kiptum.
Nafikiria si leo.
So that's what you were sending them off.
The kulikuwa na hurdles fulani pale.
What?
Hurdles. Wakasema
okay.
watasherekea tu kwa TV. Watajihusisha na mambo hayo yote katika runinga. So airwaves.
Sasa rambirambi zetu haziendi.
We'll just send ours personally here.
Tutatuma tu kwa simu ya rununu.
But this is one of the most tragic, one of the saddest things that I witnessed a long time. It's very, very, very tragic.
It's a very sad one. A very sad story.
Very sad.
Yeah. Karibu sana City.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to Friday. How does it feel?
Friday has been actually very good. The thing that threatens Friday and every day after Friday now is the vagaries of El Nino. That's the threat.
It threatens Friday?
Yes, it does.
Existential threat.
All right then.
So at 7, we'll be joined by John Kinuthia, who's a senior programs officer at International Budget Partnerships Kenya. We'll be talking about that thing: shilling, dollar, eurobond, debt distress, ayo maneno yote. Livestream is up. We are on YouTube and Facebook. If you're online, say hello. Say hello to Eric, Ndu, CT, Rama, and Ednah. Ednah, Yego amekuja? Ama ameenda Eldoret.
Ndio huyo.
Yego salimia Yego pia. Na utume rambirambi kwa bwana Calvin Kiptum.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The The weather with Spice FM.
Clear conditions in Nairobi, 17 degrees. We'll see highs of 25 and lows of 15. It's clear at 14 in Nakuru with highs of 25, and we'll see highs of 26. And a clear Nyeri at 13. It's clear at 15 in Eldoret, highs of 25 and lows of 15. While looking into a partly cloudy Mombasa at 26, we'll see highs of 33. Malindi is 27 and cloudy, highs of 33. And Kisumu is clear at 20, going to highs of 32. Kakamega at 17, clear this morning with highs of 31 through Friday. Into a partly cloudy Kampala, it's 18 degrees, highs of 31, while at 27 it's mostly cloudy in Dar es Salaam with highs of 32. Johannesburg is partly cloudy at 18, highs of 28, while Mogadishu is sunny at 26. We'll see highs of 33 and lows of 25. It's clear in Addis Ababa at 11, highs of 23 and lows of 9. It's a cloudy morning in Lagos at 27, highs of 32, while Kinshasa is partly cloudy at 24. We'll see highs of 32. We're looking into a mostly cloudy Beijing Friday afternoon with highs of 4 and lows of -3. Paris is cloudy at 5 with highs of 10 and lows of 3, while London at 5 is raining this morning with highs of 10 and lows of 0. Round things out in New York Thursday night, it's 5 degrees and cloudy. Coming into Friday, highs of 7 and lows of 4.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Who's online?
Dan Ombati is tuned in from New Jersey and says, good morning. The Kakombe sends incredible love, fantastic dollar rates, and electric power cut. Free day to all of you from Phuket. Chris Adede is tuning from Utawala. Yes. Sabit Yusuf is saying, good morning, Ednah, Ndusiti, Eric from the United Arab Emirates. Wishing you a great weekend. Asante. Desmond has a question for the women. Good morning, Leo Baga. Ednah. Why have you called Ish? Let's put Otis behind your name. Shall we refuse? And Princess Ndu. Why do ladies just pop up after someone's death? They had intimacy. Let's keep Tum rest easy. Okay. Good morning, people. Kennedy Anyonya says good morning. Agri Momanyi says good morning. It's your girl's birthday. Okay, happy birthday, Agri's girl. Okay. Carol Nyambura says, nawapenda sana everybody. Make it Tum rest in peace. Yes, may he. Monica Oile says good morning. And he says, you know what about housing? Is there an option if they build houses for those who want? Alafu sisi ambaye tutaki watu wache. Is that possible?
It isn't possible to build more houses than people. It's as simple as that.
The people who want can be built for, and then they pay. Yes, those who don't want, leave us alone.
Or just let the market work.
Do its thing.
Let the market work, you get out of the way as government.
And what they have done, they've decided they are the market. So now...
Nani mwingine yako online?
Jeffrey Mogaka says good morning this Friday. Nyaboke. Umesalimiwa vizuri sana. Robinson Kisero says good morning. Jennifer Tenyi is here. Evans Muthe. Wiki is here. Deep State, he says you're waiting for the news on how much money was stolen yesterday. We'll tell you just now. Abito the lady. She says, Ednah, you've been great through this week. Well done. Malala says good morning. Benin. No. Benin is a state in Nigeria. Benin is also a country in West Africa. Benny Hinn is a gospel. I was going to say he's a gospel artist. He's a
pastor.
He's a televangelist.
Thank you very much. That's what I was actually looking for. So those are 3 different things. Transoya is where Anne Gore is tuned in this morning. And indeed, just saying thank you to all of you for joining us this morning.
Karibu. Facebook
sana. Sasa wewe unaniharakisha.
City.
Yes.
As she does the kutafuta-ring.
Yes.
Where are we this year? Year?
No. This year.
We're in Africa.
We're in Africa.
Okay. This week?
This week we are in the Republic of Ghana.
Yes, Ghana.
Yes. One can prepare. No, let me start again.
I was about to say Tanamera.
One Tanamera. Sorry.
Okay. Nimewasikia. Sawa. No one can prepare. Not one can prepare. No one can prepare for. Not prepare. Prepare.
Tukulete chai kidogo.
Maji? Kitu kama hiyo.
Ama kahawa kidogo.
No. Yes. As in, I have water. So anyway, no one can prepare for the Hamilton by drinking plenty of water.
Second?
What?
You know Hamilton? You know what Hamilton is? Google and find out. Today's that day.
How do they say
it's a very hot season.
Hammer what?
Tan.
Hamatan.
Yani kama jana. Yani joto mpaka
harmattan. Yeah, hammer tongue. Hammer. Yani nyundo.
Ulimi ya nyundo.
I swear, that's what I was going to type here. Hammer tongue is what I was looking.
Hamatan.
Hamatan, the dry, windy, cold
Yes,
season.
that one.
Dusty.
Hamatan.
Yeah,
Hamanini?
I heard hammertan.
Hamilton.
Yeah.
It's hammer time now.
It's hammertan.
No one can prepare
for the hammertan.
By
drinking. Man, today is not good. By drinking plenty of water.
Sour. It's okay.
Sour, tumekubali.
Yeah, it's fine. No one can.
Yes.
All right, let's look at the headlines.
Front
You look at the Rama, you look at the business daily. Wewe utafanya nini? Uko na nation?
Yeah. We have the best coffee in the world here, but we clearly need to drink.
I've got 2 daily nations.
We need to consume a lot
I don't
more.
know.
Okay. Shh. Fare thee well on the front page of the Standard this morning. Kelvin Kiptum, though only 24, has etched his name as one of the greatest athletes in the world, whose record in the marathon is the envy of legends. As the country bids farewell to its hero today, Kenyans can hope another like him will emerge. One to look for. Rama will like this. Brace for more taxes. But now who's warning Azimio, saying that the 2024 budget policy statement is only meant to prolong the suffering of Kenyans and would amount to double taxation. They, however, ruled out resumption of street protests. So, okay. See, that's okay.
No, it's not.
Yeah. So there's quite some coverage for Kiptum's burial that takes place today. Remember that story we looked at yesterday about this gentleman who was abducted in Nairobi West, and then body was found in Athi River, bones and etc., and then the police had already tracked in less than a week and found the answers. Well, the police have arrested his wife as the murder investigation goes on. Confession? Let's see into that story in a bit. You want me to look at the front page of the Daily Nation, for which you have 2? Or you want to do it?
Okay, I can look at the Daily Nation.
Okay.
Storm over new taxes. The opposition has vowed to block what it termed as a second wave of punitive taxes that will further burden Kenyans and shrink household incomes, even as the government, through the budget policy statement, defended aggressive measures to boost revenue collection to 4 trillion shillings amid debt repayments. The pain points: tripling of the petroleum regulatory levy to 0.75 shillings per litre, withholding tax on payments for goods supplied to government, 5% withholding tax on farm produce supplied to cooperatives, licensing fee review for banks including 1 billion minimum capital, VAT on educational services likely to prompt school fees increment. Higher, other headline: Ruto to lobby for Raila AU job bid, and graduates from private universities denied papers.
Why?
We'll talk about that shortly. State push to protect data security, privacy in AI age. The Information Cabinet Secretary Owalo tells participants at a digital summit sponsored by the nation that policies and regulations are being drafted to ensure the integration of AI adheres to ethical standards and privacy rights. And then the Daily Nation has an 8-page pullout tribute to the champion, the one and only Kelvin Kiptum, who's being laid to rest today. Also, they have stories on page 2, 3, 4, 34, and 35. Rama, Business Daily headlines.
The Business Daily has a very interesting story that set a lot of us asking questions yesterday. The World Bank and the IMF are charging Kenya 14.5% interest rate, according to the Controller of Budget. But the question at the time, and this essentially came up in a presentation that she made to the National Assembly Committee on Public Debt and Privatization. And at the time, what she said, and they're quoting her here, they baptize their interests, the bulk of which are called a service charge, which nobody has ever fathomed. But at the time, she did not provide any data to back up what she was saying. And as far as we can tell, the beauty of at least dealing with these institutions, IMF and the World Bank, if you know where to look, you can actually always find the contracts for some of these projects that they've essentially lent us money for. And the rates tend to be concessional, 1%, 2%, 3%, that sort of thing. So there's a whole
contract show the service charge?
Yeah,
she's
it
talking
does.
about?
It does. It does. In fact, let me see if I can pull one up here. On this small kidude of mine here. So this is a financing agreement that I'm looking at the moment that is for a $185 million facility. So for instance, they actually specify payments are going to be done twice a year, March 15th, September 15th. Interest charge is the greater of, they give essentially two items here, the sum of 1.25%, so 1.25% a year, plus the basis adjustment to the interest charge. So they'll charge you a different rate. They'll essentially load that on top of that 1.25%, depending on the size of your economy. And then the service charge is the sum of 3/4 of 1%, so essentially 0.75% per year, plus a basis adjustment to the service charge, and 3/4 of 1% per annum on the withdrawn credit balance. So even if you add all of those figures together, I'm still struggling to see how she arrived at this 14.5% figure. And that's a mystery, of course, that we'll certainly keep a very close eye on. And in any case, the outgoing head of the debt management unit, Harun Sirima, said, our math here is off.
Is outgoing?
Which one?
Sirima?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Where is he going?
Out. He's resigning.
Is he?
He's on his way out.
So we're told.
Okay. So he said.
Of course he said.
So he said.
So we will wait and see. In this country, many things are said. Doesn't mean they've happened.
And there's a gap between what is said and what is done.
A huge gap. In fact, that is a crater.
Yeah, the Star City.
Hey, Start today has many things. Top right-hand corner in burnt brown. What? This color is burnt brown.
Okay.
I know, Rama. What did you want to say, Rama?
I've tried. Just let it go, brother.
No, I don't want to say something.
No, he's good.
Okay. Very good. Siasa, nightmare of ODM succession as Raila readies for OAU job. This is nonsense. There's nothing like a nightmare. Every time there's some shift, Tuju leaves ODM, nightmare shift. There's a whole bunch of individuals who are elected an ODM ticket decide they're going to support UDA. Split. Joho, Ababuna Mwamba decide that they're going to bring in man in black at KICC by trying to overturn elections. Split. This is a misinterpretation of what happens. If there's competition, we're not even sure it's there, but anyway, I'll go into it later. NEMIS ignored as schools manually paid 11.8 million. For a moment, I thought it's the parents who ignored NEMIS. But it turns out it's not the parents. It is actually the Ministry of Education that ignored NEMIS and just paid out people manually, 11.8 million. And the
manually means what?
The way they normally used to pay.
Pesa kwa gunia?
Yes, no, hapana baba. Tukose gunia kitambo. Gunia ilienda na youth fund.
Sasa iko kwa box.
Well, I'll read out the details, facts and figures in the Ministry of Education audit, okay? Gynaes and obstetricians, pregnancy, childbirth, doctors, the most sued. This is a story that's telling us that this particular categorization or specialization among the medical profession, they tend to be sued the most. Okay. Yes, budget outlook. New wave of taxes will worsen cost of living, as Emio warns. Okay, cost of living was already bad. Sometimes I even wonder, can it actually get worse? The answer is yes, it can.
Yes, it can.
All right. Legal fees. Electoral agency paid 158 million to lead lawyer in Ruto Raila court petition. IBC 500 million payout. Top lawyers hit jackpot. Auditor General queries payment after supporting documents were not provided. See, the supporting document is the person who received the money. So we know who got the money.
Yeah.
So uliona kwa TV nilikuwa kotini.
Yes. Oh, you didn't see.
What do you want?
What more do you need?
Wow.
Look at court papers. Am I the lawyer on record?
Yes. So what's the issue? And who was I representing? IBC. Did the IBC not win the election? They did. Yes. So where's the problem?
What more support do you want? 26 to 7. Let's take a break. Tell us about the roads, and then we look at the stories in detail.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Friday doesn't look like it's going to be too crazy this morning. Let's see what's happening coming off the Thika Superhighway. Just at the Pangani underpass is where we see that hold up. There's movement everywhere else, so then we have no jam, right? Right. Also coming off of Gong Road looks pretty good, as well as coming off Wayaki Way, at least for now. Naivasha Road, we'll see a little bit of that as folks are trying to get then through towards Riara or then go down Gong Road, so there's a bit of a hold up there. Langata Road is also starting to pack. Magadi Road also tends to do that thing on Friday and gets very busy heading out towards the junction of Langata Road and then down Langata Road. Mombasa Road looks good. Getting off of Nhuru Highway also looks pretty good. And the Eastern Bypass, not too bad as you come through towards Outer Ring. We'll keep an eye on things. Let's see what happens as we get closer to traffic hour. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
As murder investigation goes on. Remember that story? Police are holding the wife of a Nairobi businessman who went missing before his body was found in Lukenya, Machakos last Monday. The woman, who is said to be amongst the last people to be seen with the missing man on the 14th of February, was picked up by detectives from Nairobi Area Crime Research and Intelligence Bureau on Wednesday. She was produced before a Kibera court yesterday, where investigators sought more time to continue holding her over the murder of Jayesh Kumar Kanji. The arrest of the businessman's wife came a day after the 4 suspects in police custody provided crucial information on the murder of Kumar. So far, 5 suspects are in police custody over the murder, including her. Police investigations have revealed that the plan was not to kill the businessman, but to maim him, teach him a lesson, rough him up a little bit. But alas,
it was just to slap him once.
Kidogo, 1 2 1 2.
That was the brief.
Yeah, the brief was, don't, just teach him a lesson.
What language did they speak?
Between the
Balionga Kiswahili, or did they speak English?
Hapana draw mimi. It was just to maim him.
Something was lost in translation.
Yeah. I mean, by the time you're getting to acid, tell me.
Clearly, the guy understood the assignment was slap 1 2 1 2.
Acid.
This acid.
So let me ask. Okay, you've taken this person to wherever it is that lessons of this nature are taught. So the lessons has gone all right. So you didn't quite know acid. Or did they have the acid with them?
This is the thing. That's the thing. Yes. That's the question. Now, sources close to the investigations told Standard that Kumar was to be punished because he was engaged in what? Extramarital affairs. So, just wound him a bit because he's cheated on me.
You done what?
Extramarital affairs. Yani inje nini. One of the suspects claims he was
approached. Alikuwa invest na plot na jambia bibi.
Alikuwa anacheza away match.
Oh, it's that one. It's that
away
kind.
match.
Away matches are being played.
Yes.
It's that kind.
Unsanctioned away matches.
Unsanctioned away match with no referee.
With no referee.
But
okay. Players were there.
Apparently.
Okay.
Now, one of the suspects claims he was approached by one of the family members of the businessman last December. According to police, on Valentine's Day, Kumar left his house accompanied by his wife and children. 9:30 a.m., they were seen walking along Kodi Road in Nairobi West. He then parted ways with his family. He's said to have been picked by one Kailan Shivji at a petrol station in Langata and proceeded to Machakos. That was the last time he was seen alive.
Hold it. They were walking in Nairobi West.
Yes.
So how does it then get picked up in Langata?
But Langata, Nairobi West, that's Langata Road there.
So was it picked on Langata Road or within Nairobi West?
Let's say Langata Road.
Let's just say Langata Road.
Okay.
So, this was the last time he was seen alive. The following day, his brothers Hetish Kumar and Deepak Valji went to Langata police station to report a missing person after Kumar failed to show up that evening. His body was found at the Lukenya Conservancy by security guards. They alerted the police, and then they were told that this unknown person had been eaten by wild animals. They arrested people, etc., etc. But then now they've been able to link his wife to these 4 individuals because she's said to allegedly have paid good money to teach him a lesson, but they were not supposed to off him. They were just supposed to.
Jeez.
DCI working without interference.
Imagine.
Look at what they can do.
Do you see what they can do?
I'm telling you.
So anytime he hears evidence didn't go where it was supposed to go, that's interference.
Completely.
DCI know what to do and they know how to do it and how to do it well. The moment you have something taking place for God knows how long, due to lack of this and lack of that, and all points of investigation, somebody is interfering.
But these boys were also rookies, eh?
The boys who did the thing completely wet behind the ears did not get.
So a guy had walked through there with his phone, so his phone is tracked. You were there.
You were right there.
You do understand, Eric, that just as you have thieves in training,
you also have
murderers
apprentices.
in training. Yes,
men in training.
They're undoubtedly to be cost effective.
But then, as an apprentice, you have a mentor.
Yeah.
So who's this mentor who's teaching you this thing?
Mentor is what got them caught because he was giving them instruction on the phone.
Now do this.
Okay, umevunja mguu. Okay, sawa. Bado anapiga kelele. Okay, mwaga acid kwa macho.
Who are you? I can't believe no.
This is how we end up with guys who end up writing scripts for things like Breaking Bad.
I'm telling you.
This is it. You were telling us there's a story you've heard.
Okay.
A story's been told.
Mm-hmm.
Go on.
Tell us.
You're the one who
said there's a story at Rama.
No, there's an interesting gap building on City's point here between competence. We complain 24/7 about governments not being able to do X, Y, Z, and yet this is a perfect example, right? Let people who know what they're doing do their jobs. Get out of their way. Let them do their jobs. It's not that we don't have pockets of competence in government. We do. But time and time again, it always comes back down to the main, to the age-old question of, are you actually going to let them do their jobs, or are we just going to sit here and, try and pretend that someone has a right to interfere, to try and swing outcomes in a specific direction? Because we can clearly find people to do things, but I know the wider argument that CT will say is, but if you look at the quality of outcomes in general from government, that does not point to competence, it points to the opposite conclusion.
What is truly sad, to the point of being tragic, is this. I'm looking at the story in the Star of the Education, Facts and Figures in Education Ministry Auditor. Department lacks data for JSS capitation. Okay? State in no control of NEMIS, lacks ownership. No value for money on 239 million NEMIS upgrade. 408 million capitation cash undisbursed. NEMIS system not listing learners over age of 18. Regulatory inaccuracy of 52 billion spent unconfirmed. Under expenditure of 9 billion. Are you seeing how bizarre this thing is?
It's madness.
Yes,
like you have no data.
Yes.
None.
Poor workmanship in CBC classroom construction. Uniform pricing of classroom works at 709,000 faculty. ICT systems exposed to extremities. What is this? And yet, the very thing you're saying is probably true if you go to that ministry. You'll find human resource that's actually competent.
Yes.
Very competent.
And they have the solution right there.
Yes.
I mean, they just need to be just press the button.
Let me work. That is a long, and to add to what you're talking about, the Kenyan government owes private universities the better part of 31.4 billion shillings, and that's just for fiscal 2021-2022. And on the public university side, it's even worse because there's a whole backlog of cash that's not been disbursed. So if you look at the books of universities, UON, Kenyatta University, it's an absolute nightmare. Right?
31 billion
to
private universities.
Yep.
And this is for the GSS that we were talking about yesterday, the government-sponsored students.
Yeah. If you essentially now add up all that cash cumulatively from fiscal 18-19 all the way through to 21-22, it's 31 billion.
So at the end of that financial year, Rama, did we have, when we were reconciling, this was our budget going into that year, there was 21-22. What was the budget that year? 2.8 trillion?
Thereabouts.
Or 3 trillion, something like that. So let's say 3 trillion. At the end of the year, was the Treasury coming to say that, okay, our budget was 3 trillion, we actually spent 2.9?
They would, but remember, in addition to everything else, I would say we've spent X amount of money, right? This was how much we spent on recurrent spending. This is how much went into capex for development. This is how much is sent to counties, yada, yada, yada. The one other number that always gets lost in this entire conversation is always, what is the size of your pending bills? And collectively, as of end of last year, we were somewhere around 550, 580 billion Kenyan shillings. which is a staggering amount of money. It's always been hovering around $3.5–4 billion. Crazy amount of cash. But the reality is that there's always this gigantic disconnect in how Treasury tends to operate, and MPs unfortunately enable it, where you have a situation where they'll come to the House and say, we want to spend 4 trillion.
Yeah.
Which is what they're planning to do for 24-25.
Yeah.
We want to spend 4 trillion Kenyan shillings. And we're going to do that by raising X amount in taxes.
Yeah.
But then you look at last year's performance, you had this tax target, you never hit it.
You didn't even get to 80%.
No. And when you turn around and say, okay, hang on, but how about just going back to basics
Be
here?
realistic.
Your revenue, your recurrent revenue can act as a hard cap, right, on your recurrent spending. Can we just start with that as a basic mandatory minimum? And Treasury won't do it. They just can't.
You just want to keep borrowing like this. And then all there's a whole cloud of things. So you end up with the government has allocated budgets for education.
Yes.
X for higher education. That higher education is capitation for students and supporting the government-sponsored students who will be placed by COOPs in public and private universities. Then the money is not disbursed. At the end of the year, and that's the question I'm asking, when the Treasury does its quarterly reports to Parliament, and then at the end of the financial year they do their report to Parliament, do they come up and say, you had allowed us to spend 4 trillion shillings, but we only spent 3.5 trillion shillings, and this is where we did not spend? Do they come to say that?
You'll see it in their reports. If you look at the quarterly economic and budgetary reports that they put out, and usually it's around 60-ish days after the quarter has ended. So like the one that we're looking at now for the first 6 months of the fiscal year, that came out a little earlier in the month. They'll tell you, this is what was budgeted, this is what was actually spent on pretty much all of those categories you're talking about. Now, does that then translate, having seen those trends, does that then translate into looking back at the budget and saying, we need to recalibrate this in this specific manner? More often than not, it just doesn't.
Do they give an explanation as to why they spent less than they budgeted for? Do they say, is it lack of capacity to absorb, or is it lack of money to send? Because it is not lack of... In this particular case, universities have students.
Yes.
We can't say that the Ministry of Education did not have the capacity to absorb 31 billion shillings that was to go to private universities.
Oh, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised.
Why is the lack of capacity there? NEMIS did not work.
The argument would not even be a lack of capacity to spend. The argument would probably be more along the lines of, well, if the spending needs are X, but the money is not being disbursed in time by Treasury, what are we supposed to do? Right?
So the money comes late.
So it's a time issue. So if the money comes at a time where it is obvious that certain things that need to be done, you do not have the time to do it, then it will be seen as a lack of a capacity to absorb.
And
it's not...
but also it points to a much deeper problem. Government cannot keep on promising to be everything to everyone, number one, right? So to the extent that we're not, for lack of a better word, calibrating our spending to the amount of revenues that we have available, right? We're essentially setting ourselves up for just bigger and bigger incremental failures. Now, you can only go on kicking that can down the road by saying, I'm not going to pay CT, who has supplied chalk, textbooks,
for water purification,
or lovely coffee from the slopes of Mount Kenya to schools in point A, point B. You can only keep kicking that supply can down the road for so long. At some point, it breaks. And as long as you don't have cheap debt, which we don't have right now, it's going to come and blow up in our faces at some point.
Okay, offices working. If officers are allowed to work, they work. For example, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions is an independent office. It's allowed to work. And that is why the the ODPP has filed to withdraw charges against former officials of the Geothermal Development Company, GDC. The officials are Nicholas Karuma, Peter Ayodo Omenda, Caleb Indiatsi, former tender committee members, alleged to have approved the tender of rig move services. They were charged in 2015 alongside former managing director Silas Simiu, GDC company secretary Praxidis Namoni Saisi, and 4 other members of the company tender committee. The grounds raised by the DPP for the withdrawal is after reviewing evidence, the DPP finds that there is insufficient evidence to confirm that the price was exaggerated, since it was not clear whether GDC conducted market survey to establish the price. So DPP now looks at it, 2015, 2023, 2024, with the benefit of hindsight, with time and everything else that comes with time and age, and DPP decides, you know what, I don't have any evidence against these poor people, so I want to withdraw the charges. Okay? The EACC is like, come on.
Stop this.
EACC has gone to court and is opposing the plans by the ODPP to withdraw these charges. EACC told trial magistrate Thomas Nzuki the intended withdrawal of criminal charges against 3 accused persons was not made in the public interest, nor intended to prevent the abuse of the legal process. The EACC submits that it's in the interest of justice that the matter proceeds to its logical conclusion on priority basis, as directed by the Supreme Court in a judgment in January last year. See? EACC is saying, look. Why don't you just let this matter go to its logical conclusion? Why are you withdrawing the charges now? I've reviewed the evidence. Oh, no, I don't have evidence now. Oh, no. In 2015, when you were taking them to court.
This is the question. Did another body, independent or not, take the case to court with lines of evidence in 2015, or was it the ODPP?
Same.
Okay.
We've had very high-ranking officials from the EAC explain to us the process they follow before anything is taken to the ODPP or anything is slated for court. It's not that someone wakes up in the morning and decides,
what a nice
what
day
shall
to
we
go
do
to court.
today?
Who shall we harass today?
Yeah.
Who do we have our sights on? No. Details are taken, painstaking details. We thought that when we had Nuruddin Haji and then there was Kinoti and there was the back and forth between them, that this was something that was new. Kinoti is not there, Haji is not there. Is it that Haji overlooked these things when he decided these things should be taken to court? Are we saying that this new Director of Public Prosecution is far-sighted?
He's cleaning house.
And he's cleaning house and he's seeing things with greater clarity. Or are we back to factory settings with reference to how things work when they're supposed to work and how they're supposed to work and how they work when they're interfered with?
Perhaps the question we ought to ask is how many more cases will be withdrawn by ODPP?
How many cases have we withdrawn to date? Since the new,
and,
since this,
are we just getting started? And will we see many more withdrawn for the same thing, for lack of evidence? And then we cannot run away from the question as well. What does it do for the confidence that you would then put in the office of the Director of Public Prosecution, that you ask and say, if you can do this, and after 9 years, you come back and say, actually, you know what, we don't really have enough evidence, then anybody else would have a case to bring and say, you know what, then how did my case go through? How do we know that the evidence you had or didn't have was actually solid?
It's prosecutorial misconduct.
Absolutely.
Do consider for a second, this is a new DPP, isn't it? He's found people who are not new, okay? And people who've been handling these things and know what happens. Remember the case that the office of the Director of Public Prosecution has witnesses to a case. Then they refuse to question their own witnesses. And you're asking, hey,
you brought them, man.
Why did you bring these people? Huh?
What was the point? Why are you just wasting the
Now you have another situation, because it isn't as though the guy who has that office is the one who goes and does his research and does investigation. No, he's told, this is the evidence we have, this is what we have. So what's happening here?
It points also to the possibility of the other side.
Yes.
That the DPP did not actually have evidence against these 4. Remember, this is not just a case against 4 people. There were like 8.
There were like 8.
So these 4 may have been just there to pad the case.
Yes.
And now you've gotten to a point where, okay, so this
They've padded the case.
Yeah, you've padded the case, you have strung it out, the other people have been acquitted or whatever has happened. Now surely you have nothing against these guys. Honestly, I have nothing
and
against
you look and there is nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing.
But the question is, for those 9 years, do you know what has happened to these 4 people?
9 years.
These people and their families.
This guy worked at the GDC in the tender committee, all right? So that means that he was sitting in the tender committee from a certain other department. Not necessarily that they were all procurement people.
No.
From one department.
You're just in a committee.
So this is a professional who's risen up the ranks, whatever, he's doing his job, and then this has happened. You've taken them to court because of this particular contract. And because they have a case in court, and they were working for a government entity, what are the chances that they've gotten a job in the last 9 years?
0.
So what have they been doing for the last 9 years? How have they been living for the last 9 years? What's a source of income for them for the last 9 years?
Justifiably, you could turn around and say they have a case, they have grounds to sue for loss of income, reputational damage, etc., etc. Because if your argument is, I have accused you of doing X, Y, Z, and we go through this entire farce for 9 years, and you can't prove a case. I have lost many things in that entire decade. Proper recompense is required.
And especially if you are not even going to the logical conclusion where it's the judge who says the evidence brought before me is not sufficient to find this person guilty. You know where the DPP can say, I took the best case to court. And it's just the judge that determined that what I considered best case was not best case. In this particular case, it is you, DPP, saying, I actually have nothing on you.
What DPP is then saying, he has handed over these fellows a delightful suit that they can have against the government.
Clean.
And ultimately, who's going to end up paying for the cost of that suit?
Us.
All of us, taxpayers.
Rama, tell us about that, one of those stories. I think, tell us about the other independent office, the controller of budget.
Control of budget. Yeah, this is going to get pretty messy. Because ultimately, when you're essentially making a charge of this nature, that we essentially have been charged this amount of money for X, Y, Z, at the very least, the onus is on the person who's making that claim to come in and say, this is the data to back it up. This is how we arrived at our conclusion. And unfortunately, she didn't do that in the initial presentation that she made to Parliament. Now, I have seen some conversations going on online. Julian Zamboko has actually asked her, he's of course a fantastic business journalist over at Nation Media Group, and he's essentially made the case that, look, I asked her, what exactly is this that, give us the data that supports the allegation that you're making.
Yeah.
And I haven't gone through the entire thread, but that's certainly something worth to keep a very, very close eye on, because ultimately, given where debt is at the moment and the amount of money that we're spending just on servicing our debt, and the amount of money that the government is willing to pay for whatever liquidity they can get their hands on, it's pretty clear, just looking at the performance of debt auctions over the last month, 3 months, that there's a massive liquidity squeeze that Treasury is simply not talking about. If you're willing to come into the market and you're paying 17% for 1 year money, which is essentially what happened this week with the 364-day T-bills, there's a problem. And there's another fantastic article that Jain Kisero has put together in Business Daily today, and he's essentially arguing that, if you work backwards and look at the math and ask, out of all the revenue that we collected in January, how much of that ended up jumping into just servicing debts? It's over 95%. So there's not that much money that is left.
Imagine.
For salaries, for overheads, for keeping
So you
the
have
lights
to
on.
borrow to pay salaries.
And the problem with doing that is if you're borrowing at 16% for 91-day money, 17% on 364-day T-bills, and then you're turning around and saying, no, but the risk of default, has disappeared. My friend, at these sort of expensive rates,
You've actually enhanced it.
You're making the problem worse.
I think domestic will be the place that brings us down.
I mean, domestic debt is the beauty of it is at least it's shilling denominated. You're not dealing with the FX risk issues here. But ultimately, the what is not being spoken about with the sort of rates at which you're borrowing money is the fact that the state has simply decided they're making zero effort to be serious about austerity. Because if you're reducing your total spending footprint, you don't need to borrow as much, right? That sense of desperation that anyone can see.
So essentially saying we're borrowing to spend.
And it's not sustainable.
By the time you have reports, if you believe them fully, then 98% of money that are collected in January were used to pay debt. So essentially, you have 2 bob remaining.
Basically.
2 shillings.
Well, if 98 has been used.
I mean, you can't run around crowing about how, we managed to raise 1.5 billion, and that's supposedly a success.
It's a good thing.
No, it's not.
No, in fact, we got bids of 6 billion. See,
but we only took
confidence.
But we only took one
We
and a
only
half.
went for 1.5 because this is what we needed at this time.
The framing,
We're not greedy.
government's framing on this is really hilarious because the fact is, yeah, sure, you're going to get bids of 6 billion because you're looking at a coupon rate of 9.75%. I mean, if Kenya was a company and this was debt that was issuing in American markets, it's junk status.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, in the next hour, we talk about that. We talk about the Eurobond, we talk about the shilling, we talk about the dollar, we talk about the economy and our debt status. 7 a.m. Good morning.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga. A Nairobi magistrate will today rule on whether televangelist David Gakuyu will be held for 4 days pending further probe into allegations of embezzling 1 billion shillings from members of his Ekeza Sacco. Milimani magistrate Geoffrey Onserigo directed that Gakuyu remains in custody at Muthaiga police station pending the ruling. His defense counsels, led by Ndegwa Njiru and Dunstan Omari, were opposed to the request by the DCI, saying they've been investigating the matter for the last 5 years and their client has always been available to investigators during the period. The televangelist was arrested at JKIA on Wednesday while on transit to Zambia.
6 orders to have the respondent detained for 4 days at the Muthaiga police station.
Unites my humble prayer that you grant the respondent conditional release, either by bail, so that he complies with the conditions of his case.
The government is set to announce multi-agency and multi-stakeholder measures aimed at stamping out the trade in illicit drugs and substance abuse in the country. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has promised to formally unveil the new interventions in a week as part of the ongoing efforts to address the scourge of alcohol and substance abuse. Gachagua made the announcement after a high-level meeting with key officials including Interior CS Kithure Kindiki, Treasury Njuguna Ndungu and Health CS Susan Nahumecha. Now all salaried and non-salaried Kenyans will be required to contribute 1.5% of their income towards the affordable housing levy. This is one of the proposals in the Affordable Housing Bill 2023 that was passed by the National Assembly. The proposal is said to be a major step towards making amendments that were ordered by the court when it suspended the bill last year. Here's National Assembly Finance Committee Chair Kimani Kuria.
By salaried people, they're saying, why are you deducting money from me to build a house for someone else, and that someone else also has an income, and that income they're not paying the tax. So to try that, you're saying, if you have to benefit from that house, you must have demonstrated that you are paying the housing levy.
This is happening at a time when opposition MPs have vowed to file a case in court against the implementation of the tax. Here's Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka.
As the Affordable Housing Levy Bill 2023 moves to the Senate, we once again ask the senators from across the political divide to be patriotic and reject this bill in total. It is a bad bill for the people of Kenya.
The Council of Governors now want an equitable share allocation of 439.5 billion shillings plus an additional 10.5 billion shillings from the Road Maintenance Levy Fund to sustain devolution. During a session with the Senate Finance and Planning Committee, COG Chairperson Kirinyaga Governor Anwar Guru emphasized the critical need for additional resources in the upcoming financial year to prevent the collapse of devolution.
In another 5 years, we probably will find ourselves without counties, and we are really struggling. The projected allocation to counties for the financial year 2024-2025 has been revised downwards.
That is not enough even for salary increment, leave alone the other expenditures we've talked about.
The governors further asked the senators to support devolution, which they said was in danger.
In fact, for us, we were very surprised last time when for the first time Senate did not defend increased allocations to counties.
Counties cannot perform those functions unless the Senate does its part in its budget policy statement.
We're giving you money and more money for that matter. But what are you doing about the pending bills? That animal is sickening to where it is.
We are very sympathetic to devolution, and we are here by law to protect devolution. That is our role. That is our mandate. We are not shy about it.
That's the News Wire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, this morning we're looking at traffic piled up on the Thika Superhighway coming in towards the Pangani underpass. We're not going to see too much coming in from that outer ring junction. That doesn't look too crazy for now. It's madness on Kiambu Road as you're trying to get through towards Muthaiga Square and then into the city. So we're going to have to watch out for that. Well, if you're in it, sorry, because you're going to have to use that one way to get out to town. Limuru Road is busy. We're also seeing a pileup of traffic coming in from Westlands. And Uhuru Highway, uncharacteristically at this hour, is starting to pile up as well at your different junctions. We're expecting that closer to 7:30, but okay, that's what's happening now. Coming off Jogo Road, past the Makadara train station, out towards the City Stadium roundabout, going then towards Landis is also pretty busy. Cabanas, North Airport Road has already packed up. Folks are trying to get to Outer Ring or then onto Mombasa Road. So that's happening right now. We're getting into traffic hour in no time. Let's see if we can get each other out of a sticky situation if it happens. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
7 after 7. Thank you very much for joining us on Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. We're on SpiceFM, KTN Home, on YouTube and Facebook. The stream is behaving today. It's to my sort. Hiyo kitu sasa, Ednah has finally found the right button to press. And she pressed it. And it's working. Well, you're on mobile phone or you have, internet banking and you're in Kenya and you have business operations in Yamoussoukro.
Yes.
Where is that?
It's in Côte d'Ivoire.
There you go.
It's actually the capital of Côte d'Ivoire.
So that Yamoussoukro place,
yes.
You have some business there.
Yes.
And you want to pay your workers, but you had come to Nairobi for a conference.
And the money is due.
And the money is due. What do?
You just go onto your mobile app and you do your business. Why? Because EcoBank has said one platform, 35 different markets in Africa, 4 other markets outside of Africa. We want to make sure that it doesn't matter if you're in Nairobi and you've left people in Yamoussoukro. It doesn't matter. You can continue with your business, seamless banking, continuous transactions because of the one platform. Plug in and play no matter where you are. It's a fantastic way to do business. Actually, it's a better way for a better Africa.
Kabisa. A better way for a better Africa. Our guest host this morning is Ramanyang, business journalist. Say hello to everybody.
Good morning, everybody.
Very good. We are going to have a financial conversation. What's the plan? The plan is to have a financial conversation about your future. And ICE Lion is saying, well, they have unveiled a brand new campaign. What's your plan? It's bold, it's fresh, it's colorful, it's diverse. You can follow this conversation at ICEA Lion on X, at ICEA Lion, hashtag ICEA Lion. What's your plan? You basically have to think about a plan. What is it that I want to do? You're a young person and you're thinking, you know what? By the ripe old age of 29, I want to be retired. That's all right. That's cool. Talk to ICEA Lion. the lion will roar and reality will sink in.
And they'll help you with the plan.
And they'll help you with the plan. Okay? So you can also email them, plan@icealion.co.ke. That's plan@icealion.co.ke. Find out more information on the website, icealion.co.ke. What's your plan? They got you covered. Okay. What's the government's plan? Is to spend money. 4 trillion shillings.
And when it gets finished, look
and they
more
tax you a bit more.
Yes.
And if you don't pay tax, they borrow because they have got to spend.
Then be patriotic. Pay your taxes. Allegedly.
Yeah. And you must be patriotic. You must pay. Okay? For coming in here, just for walking in, John Kinodia has paid his taxes. He is a senior programs officer at the International Budget Partnership Kenya. Good morning, John.
Good morning, good morning.
Welcome to the hot seat of the Situation Room.
Thank you. It's nice to be here.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
Now, we are going to discuss very many things for a lot of time this morning. But to welcome you first to the conversation, the gentleman sitting next to you, C.T. Muga, has the day's proverb.
I do.
This week's proverbs are from?
The Republic of Ghana.
Right.
Yes. No one can prepare for the Hamatan. Not hammer in the tongue. Do Hamatan. Okay? Just so that you understand.
I got it.
Spell it.
Hamattan.
Okay.
Okay? That's the spelling. You can't prepare for it by drinking plenty of water. Dry, windy season with a lot of heat.
And a lot of, actually depends on where you are, a lot of dust.
Plenty of it.
When the Hamatan comes, it's actually very cold.
Yes. Nakugonga, and it's not as though you're going to drink water and you'll be fine. No.
When does it normally come? This Hamatan?
I actually don't know. I actually don't know. I used to know weather patterns of some sorts. I knew there were long rains, there were short rains, then there were times when the sun shone excessively.
Yeah.
These days, it shines every day, it rains every day.
Does Hamatan come in East Africa?
I know.
It doesn't. No, it's in West Africa.
What would it be doing here?
I wonder. It's in West Africa between October and February.
Yes.
So it gets really
it's in
dusty.
Ghana.
It is dry. It is cold. Yeah, it's very annoying kind of something.
It's dry, cold, dusty. Sunny.
It's towards the end of the year. It's actually not so.
Remember also when you talk about cold, dusty, you're talking about this continent. What is considered cold in this continent is not really cold.
No. The cold I'm talking about,
really
Hamatan,
cold.
like in the northern parts of Nigeria.
The freezing variety.
Colder than Limuru.
That one.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, the interesting part about all this conversation is how that adverse weather there is going to compel people on this end of the world to pay a lot more for things that we don't even think about, like chocolate. Chocolate prices, cocoa prices are up 40% so far this year. Then we're sitting $6,000 a ton. And it's this adverse weather that we're seeing
because
now.
of this weather.
That's part of it, yeah.
And the cocoa needs a warm climate to produce.
How come we don't plant cocoa here?
At all. How sustained is the warm climate that it needs?
Yeah, it's very sustained.
Kenya is very dry. Very dry.
So again, the proverb. No one prepares for the Hamatan
by drinking
plenty of water.
Yes.
John, what's your interpretation of that proverb?
Well, now that Ndu has done a good job to describe to us the weather.
At least you know.
Yeah, for us, we only know the cold weather, rainy season, dry season.
And January.
And January is a special month for many reasons. But my interpretation of it will be that, there are certain things you can do to prepare for certain seasons. But there are other things you will do that will not help you prepare for it anyway. So sometimes you might think that what you're doing is the right thing to deal with the current situation. But turns out you're doing the right thing at the wrong time.
Are you speaking to the National Treasury?
I am absolutely speaking to the Hamatan.
If National Treasury and MPs happen to hear that, it's okay. It's just incidental.
Proverbs are for our learning. So if somebody hears it and learns, then that's good.
Okay.
Yes.
The president earlier this week addressed the nation from Naivasha. And he said, you know what? My fellow Kenyans have got good news. Good news. Everybody was saying, Kenya, kwisha, right off. inagongewa kengele. But because of our ingenuity, because of our hard effort, we have gone to the market. We have secured some new financing, Eurobond, $1.5 billion. We asked for $1.5 billion. The market came and said, we can give you 6, take. We said, no.
Just one.
No. We are modest. 1.5 is enough. We took 1.5 and took it straight to the other guys who had lent us 2 billion shillings 10 years ago. And we told them, take this 1.5 and leave in a come. Now, that whole thing of debt distress, whether we can pay that $2 billion by June, it's no longer a monkey on our shoulder. Good thing?
So the one thing that we knew maybe 5-6 years ago was the fact that a time will come when we'll deal with a situation of debt repayment that will be quite steep. Even when we borrowed back in 2014, especially for this particular Eurobond that we are supposed to pay on the 24th of June of 2024, the fact that it was organized as a payment that will come as a one-off. Anybody who was paying attention to budget conversations back then knew the day that will arrive, there will be a very steep hill the government will have to climb. So regardless of what was going to happen this year, there was going to be some pain in terms of how do we settle such a huge debt, a one-off debt. And you're looking at this in the context of the fact that our debt repayment anyway, as a share of our domestic resources, has actually grown quite steeply over it's actually grown every year since 2011, 2012. Then it used to be at a nice percent of about 17%. By the time we got to 2023, 2024, we are looking at 73%
of
100% of our domestic debt. Of our domestic revenue, what we generate domestically. And the president has said as such.
73%?
Yes. Of every 100 shillings we collect, 73 will go to debt repayment. Unless something else happens, but you know how our budget works. When the money hits the account, the first things we pay for. Debt number one, pensions, which have also grown quite steeply.
We pay pensions?
Yes, we pay pensions.
To whom?
To all the civil servants who have retired.
All?
To pensioners?
Well, to the pensioners, thank you, to the pensioners. But, you know, when we adjusted certain things in our pension, that also has become quite a big bill on the government. And then there are small components on salaries for independent offices and our subscription to international organizations.
So the first person we pay, as we pay the Eurobond guy, we pay the pensioner, we're also paying the ODPP,
yes,
controller of budget.
Yes, to maintain their independence, their budgets are kind of ring-fenced within what we call the consolidated fund services basket. So the numbers were already showing that it's going to be a tough year anyway, even if the Eurobond payment was not happening this year. So the Eurobond was just going to make it just more difficult. So the government had to make a decision on what the approach to the pain is going to be. There was going to be pain either way. So the famous fiscal consolidation discussion is basically to say, do we reduce expenditure? Do we collect more revenue? Will that help us pay that 2 billion euro bonds? That's the thing that the government has been dancing with. So we know what happened with the Finance Act of 2023. There was an effort really to collect more money. The target was somewhere at around 211 billion shillings. Again, trying to move in the direction of we need to have money ready for 24th of June of 2024. But when the draft budget policy statement came out, there was a paragraph in it that was very interesting for us as well. We review these things often. And there was a paragraph that said, we are going to focus on borrowing concessional loans, right? So loans that have better terms, cheaper, just improve our debt mix. We are going to try and borrow domestically, especially in scenarios where we feel we'll be exposed to these foreign exchange, fluctuations. The third part, which is the interesting one, said we are going to borrow commercially, but as a last resort. So that's not going to be the first thing we go for. However, we are going to use that to repay any external debt that is coming. So even before the president and the surprise, because I think it really caught all some of us by surprise, the 1.5 billion, there was already a language in the budget policy statement. And that was an option. And that's exactly what happened. So in a way, you definitely want the government to pay its debt. The options were not pretty. I think it's good for us to be clear on the fact that the options that the government had were, because of course there's the famous do we default? There's the group of believers who thought, well, maybe we can restructure. So we sit down with some of these people we owe money and say, we are planning to pay you next week. But just as Eric, you said, I'm going like this, I'm coming back. Mambo ni ngumu kidogo, and I'll have to wait. So there was that, but we couldn't. So the government took the option they felt was probably more palatable at that point, but of course it came at a cost. So bottom line, yes, we are repaying our debt, especially the Eurobond one, but then the question now becomes at what cost?
And it is a fairly steep cost, right? Because essentially what we did was do this switch of I've borrowed 2 mic from Eric at 6.25%. Yes. And I know I owe him 2 mic at 6.25%. And then I come to CT and I tell him, boss, I owe him money. So can I have 1.5 million? 50. And he says, yeah, I can sense the desperation in you. So I will lend you the money, but 9.75, right? Yeah. Now, granted, we're kicking the can down the road, but it's really expensive debt that we're taking on, isn't it?
It is expensive, but it's also where we were, right? If you look when we borrowed the first Eurobond, our rating, our CRB rating was better than where we are now.
Did we have other options that were cheaper?
On paper.
Yes.
In 2004.
No. For settling this.
I'm actually talking 2014,
in 2014.
and I'm talking about even now.
So in Eurobond 1, did we have other options?
Of borrowing?
Could have chosen not to borrow, but
we could have chosen to.
No. That's an option, yes, but could we have borrowed cheaper money?
Yes, we could have. But remember what we did in that period, right? So we decided that we were a bit richer than people thought we were.
Wait. We decided. It's not decided.
Of course, with some
much.
of.
But also remember, 2014 was a fantastic period in terms of being able to raise debt relatively cheaply, because back then you essentially had all these pension funds, your Aberdeens, your BlackRocks, etc., sitting in their home markets in the United States, in the EU, and you're looking at yields of 0.something%, right? So if you're looking to get a return on your cash for your pensioners, for your shareholders, etc., and along comes Kenya, or along comes Nigeria, or along comes Egypt, and they say, we'll borrow $1 billion or $2 billion
6%.
At 6%. It's decent money. So lend.
Why not 4?
Our debt metrics at the time wouldn't have supported a pricing of 4.
Okay.
No way.
I'd like you to explain this, please. Yeah? This debt matrix that determines how we can borrow and what. Are you trying to tell me the matrix indicates that we are riskier to lend?
If you're a foreign capital holder and you're sitting in, for the sake of argument, you're sitting in London, you have a couple of options. I can park my money into 10-year gilts in the UK. I can lend to the US government at 0.something% back then. I can lend to the Germans, I can lend to the Greeks, and the Greeks were supposedly very risky back then. That was the time when they had the Euro crisis. Or I can turn around and say, well, there's this economy in East Africa that has reasonable growth prospects. They need debt. We're willing to provide this cash. So at that point in time, if your option is capital preservation versus chasing yield, and everyone around you, right, all your competitors, if John and I are running competing funds and he's lent to Nigeria and he's making fantastic returns for his shareholders, to some extent there's an element of FOMO, fear of missing out. So if he's essentially lending to Nigeria or to Egypt and he's getting 5% back, and I am lending to the US government or to the UK government and I'm getting only 1%, my shareholders will be on my neck. Dude, what are you doing? Kenya will be a risky location because for the argument then will be, how are you handling your FX risk, for one? Because I've lent to you when your dollar shilling rate is 85. how do I know that you're going to pay me back effectively in 10 years' time if your exchange rate has weakened? How do you know if you're going to deal with that? So to cater for all of these risks, because at the end of the day, remember, for a lot of them, they're not based here. I can sit here with John, with you, with Eric. We will argue until the cows come home. Yes.
Sorry. I don't understand.
So also it's good to remember that when we became a low middle income country, certain fundamentals changed. Right.
In short, we couldn't borrow cheaply from our parents.
Right. So you now can afford a bit more than what you would have when you were just a poor country.
What?
Like now a low middle country. Actually, John, so City is always asking this question.
Yeah.
What does that mean, and why did we decide to rebase our economy?
Well, that story has always, of course, had different answers depending on who you ask. But the one I feel probably makes more sense was the belief that there were certain productive elements of our economy that were not in part of the calculation of our GDP. So they needed to be brought onto the papers. So which would ideally mean that there were things in the economy that were already working and they were part and parcel of whatever we were generating as an economy, but they were not reflecting in our numbers. So that needed to be worked into the...
Was that a disadvantage then? The fact that they were not reflecting on our numbers, was it hurting us in any way?
Oh, that's a difficult one. I wouldn't say they were hurting us. I don't know.
I think it would be more. It would be necessary to have an accurate picture of what is happening in your economy, because the GDP number, to quote our former central bank governor, you don't need GDP. Granted, we're not disputing that, but to the extent that I'm saying, it's if we use an agriculture analogy, it's like saying that I have 500 cows, but we're excluding the calves from the equation because they're not producing milk. So why are we counting them, right?
Because the measure for value is that they can produce milk,
right?
And that's what we're counting as the value.
Yeah, but if they may not have value now,
but they would have later.
But they will have value in 5 years, in 3 years, in 2 years.
But you can't. Essentially, what you're saying is that you then cannot measure potential. You're going to be measuring an actual. Today present value.
Yes.
Okay.
Pretty much.
All right. Can we look at this other side, whereby the case has been made for this action that happened a couple of weeks ago, whereby, all right, the money is due. There's a lot of responsibility and on the shoulders of government to actually make sure that this money is paid. Put simply, in terms of money that then was available, funds that were available to make this payment which was due, there was very little in terms of options. I think that is clear as day.
There was one option.
Okay. It would appear as though there was no option but to borrow. What would you have a government do in that case, where it seemed as though, yes, you're taking a more expensive option to sort out this commitment, essentially, that is backing down your throat? What do you do?
So there were three options, and this is a conversation that will take us slightly back to October last year. There were three options that we had. Option one was we turn around and look at our FX reserves and say, okay, what do we owe? It's 2 billion. We'll take that 2 billion out of our reserves, give it to the guys who we owe money, and tell them, hallelujah, thank you very much. To Malizana, we've paid this down. Cheers. We'll see you later. Now, that would leave us obviously in a much weaker position, because in the event that we needed to have, the central bank needs a bit more firepower to intervene in the markets, they have a lot less gunpowder to work with. Okay. That's option one. Option two is what they have essentially done now, right? We refinance. I owe Eric money. Things are looking a bit thick. Might not necessarily have that cash ready by the end of June. I go to CT and I tell him, can I please have 1.5 mic? Yes, it's expensive debt. It's nearly 10%, but it kicks the can down the road, gives me breathing room for another 5 years. The third option is what the finance minister and the central bank governor were talking about in October when they went for the meetings of the IMF and the World Bank. And the argument at the time was this. Essentially, it's also refinancing, but you essentially take money from the IMF and the World Bank and you turn around and use that to settle the Eurobond. So the staging was $500 million, give or take, from the 6th review of our current program with the IMF. That was coming in December. And then you have another review in June, which is another $600 million. You put those two together, that's $1 billion. You turn to the World Bank and say, guys, we had a DPO last year. You guys lent us $1 billion. It's been fantastic. Can we have another one? That comes in around March and April. So between those two institutions, you've got your $2 billion. It's concessional money, 2-3%. Might come with a grant period of 5 years or however long. And it allows you to essentially stretch out that maturity for a much longer period. So those are the three options that we had at the time. And refinancing it from commercial markets was at the time not seen as an option because no one really had gone back until Cote d'Ivoire, Benin went back into the markets, and they incidentally borrowed at much lower coupon rates than we did. So
they are lower middle-income country.
Who? Benin and Cote d'Ivoire.
Yeah,
together.
This lower middle income country thing has really disturbed City.
Because it doesn't exist in this country.
But this is what it did, to connect to the question you asked. Ndu. So what that status does, it means, first of all, as a country, there are certain things you stop qualifying to be part of, right? So whether it's certain arrangements in certain, borrowing arrangements, then that goes off the table. Grants, you get out of them because you're no longer that poor, right? So there are certain grants that you used to get that become part of your budget financing. That kind of starts going off the table. So you are left in a position where now you have to borrow in terms that are more for the rich boys. But at the same time, it means then you have to work a bit harder to cover the gap where you had grants that you are qualified for because you are classified as a poor country. So even as we discuss the conversation now on this repayment aspect, and are there other options? Remember, the balancing act here is not just we need to repay the debt.
Sure.
The balancing act also is you still need to provide services. You still need to give money to counties, right? On the other side, all Kenyans are screaming at the government, you need to cut your costs.
Yes.
Right? So the government has to juggle this card of how do we rationalize our expenditure, because Kenyans don't want us to see us flying all over the place or spending money on unnecessary things. But at the same time, we have this debt we have to repay. At the same time, we are still a net importer country. So there are all these people banging central banks' doors and commercial banks. We want dollars because I need to go to China and bring the things Kenya does not have.
Yeah.
So there's literally 4 or 5 hot balls in the air that all have to be balanced. So when the government was, I guess, looking at the options, of course, Ivory Coast, Cote d'Ivoire doesn't roll off the tongue very easily. Of course, Ivory Coast and Benin, I feel were an opportunity for Kenya. Because the conversation, as Rama is saying before, was, is anybody going to go back to the market? And is Kenya going to be that welcome in the market? Because there were some jitters, especially in this meeting in the World Bank IMF meeting that was in Morocco. One of the things that was a big worry was, Kenya, you're saying you will repay, your president said he will repay, so they will buy back a bit of it, and you didn't. So there were jitters, right?
And,
so
and
the worry...
And that was a self-inflicted own goal, because WSR said that 3 times last year. In May, it was, we'll buy back half the Eurobond by the end of the year. It was $1 billion. And anyone would look at our books and be like, with what money?
Buy with what?
Goat.
Do you even have reserves to speak of? You're below your own 4-month target.
Even goats at that time, it was at the height of drought. Moses in Akufa, what are you
going to use to pay?
So he says we're going to pay back in May $1 billion. Never happens. Then the target changes again. Middle of the year, it becomes, no, we'll buy back $500 million. And then in November, he changes it again to $300 million. I mean, if you're going to say something, if you say, I'm going to do X, Y, Z, and then you don't follow through.
Why are you blaming the president for being consistent?
Consistent in what? Not delivering anything?
In inconsistency. 27 minutes to 8. Let's take a break. Our guests this morning, Ramanyang is our guest host. He's a business journalist. And John Kinodia is Senior Programs Officer at the International Budget Partnerships Kenya. We are discussing our economy. Are we out of the woods yet when it comes to debt distress, or are we not? What is fiscal consolidation? This is, the buzzword in government quarters. You'll come and tell us all about that after this break. Back shortly. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
It's critical that people pay taxes. But then taxation has to have a limit. When you start overtaxing people beyond certain limit, then this is now we call robbery with violence.
We are all struggling, but we don't show. If you're not doing well, shame on you. But you have to say, I'm broke and I'm struggling. We are not okay until everybody is okay.
We are pretending to have political parties. Why don't we just be honest? And we say, these are the Luyas, these are the Kambas, these are the Kikuyus, and we find ourselves in Kenya.
You know, with politics and leadership, no matter what you do, there will always be a complaint. There will always be the assumption that you're either stealing or you're not doing things right. As a leader, don't fear. If you know you're doing the right thing, you've thought about it, you've got an expert advice, do it, then understand later.
This country, we don't need prayers. Prayers is between you and God. Good governance and thinkers who care about the country and not their stomach.
That's what we need.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Sunny skies in Nairobi, it's 16 degrees, and looking into a sunny in Nakuru at 15. 15 and sunny in Nyeri, and 15 and sunny in Eldoret. 27, mostly sunny conditions, going to highs of 33 in Mombasa. And we'll see highs of 33 as well in a sunny Malindi. It's 21 and sunny in Kisumu with highs of 32, and we'll see highs of 31 in a sunny Kakamega at 17. Kampala this morning is cloudy at 22, and Dar es Salaam at 29 is partly sunny. 18 and sunny in Johannesburg at 28. It's sunny in Mogadishu this morning. 10 degrees and sunny in Addis Ababa, while Lagos is cloudy at 27. It's mostly cloudy at 24 in Kinshasa. So, what does traffic look like this morning? Are you coming off the Fiscal Superhighway? There's that hold up that's going to go all the way through to the Pangani underpass and then out towards Moranga Road. That's already happening, and we can see it. It's heavy just past Survey. Before that, you'll be fine coming off the Fiscal Superhighway. On Kiambu Road, now we're at a couple of lanes crossing over to the other side. Everybody trying to get into the city. Parklands, then out towards the city on Limuru Road. That's also busy. Wayaki Way is also doing the business as you get into it. Ring Road Westland's busy. James Gishoro all the way past Kabasarian Avenue through towards Wayaki Way. We will probably see a spillover towards Red Hill Link Road, so let's watch out for that. As you're coming in from Naivasha Road, touching on Gong Road, that's an absolute mess because it's bumper to bumper through and through Riara Road. You might want to use an alternate route if you're in that area. Let's talk about what might look sticky this morning and help each other out. Remember, the Southern Bypass. Scenic route, no traffic. Think about it. Let's talk on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
SpiceFM, Nakuru. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right.
Okay.
94.4 Spice FM.
We have a business journalist Ramanyang as our guest host. Peter John Kinothia is a senior program officer at International Business Partnerships Kenya. City Muga is...
He's here. He's here. Very good.
His presence. Never left.
Like he never left.
Okay. So we borrowed from Peter 10 years ago.
Paul.
And then now
what to pay Paul?
We've borrowed from Peter last week to pay Paul, whom we had borrowed 10 years ago. And it could actually even be the same guy. Just that, it's yesterday and today dressed differently. And the then effect of that, as the president said, is what we have seen happening to our foreign exchange. Is that true? That it's because of the 1.5 billion and the repayment of the partial repayment of the 2 billion that then we saw the shilling doing that, becoming strong, and the two lions on the shilling basically just coming out and roaring.
The CS for National Treasury said something really interesting 2 days ago, where he said the biggest driver of kind of the increased activity we are seeing in the foreign exchange market are actually the, what are they called?
What, speculators?
The bureau de change, the change bureaus.
Bureau de change.
The bureau de change, thank you. French is my fifth language. So
don't worry.
Rama did French in high school, so he will do better than this. So we were in the same high school with this guy.
Okay.
So yeah, a very good high school. And we even don't call it high.
Public school.
And a public school, yes. So I thought that was a very interesting comment from the guy literally in charge of our monies.
That he said the biggest driver of?
The biggest activity they saw were in this,
forex,
foreign change.
Let's call them forex.
Forex change.
We call them forex.
Forex.
Yes.
With the forex.
Forex bureau.
But the point he was trying to make was that there were people who were holding dollars, waiting for 24th of June, and hoping that the government will come into the market, specifically to look for the $2 billion to repay this debt. And so for some time, people have just been kind of stocking up on whatever dollars they could get.
That's in
and
dalili na mwengi hapa. Ninyo nakuja in June.
And so then that becomes the place where the 1.5 billion turns up. But the bigger sentiment is, it looks like the government will not be coming in June to look for these dollars. So we need to let them go.
Okay.
But his argument for it's actually not the banks where we saw a lot of this activity was basically to say just speculators who are holding, the dollars. And so now they are worried that the shilling will, the government will not come, so we better just dispose of this dollar. So that's one side of the story.
Okay.
The other side of the story, which still has come from government, is the fact that beyond the 1.5 billion, remember we went to the market to look for 70 billion in the bonds market. But then,
rockery. We got 288.
We got a bit more.
A lot more.
And again, the argument was as the sentiment in the on Kenya's position has improved. Quite a number of the buyers of those bonds were actually external buyers. And so they also bought this, with of course, foreign currency. So that is the explanation that we've had from government, is that one, there were speculators who have decided to let go of the dollars. So the demand for the dollars, of course, eases a bit. And the second one is more related to the to the sentiment about the Kenyan economy,
right?
Which is bringing in some of the foreign players back into the market. Those are the two explanations I've had, and then of course then the conversation becomes if that is true, does this hold, or is it that it was just a momentary thing that will play out in a week or two, and then as the CS Treasury says, then the market fundamentals will hit again, and then the shilling could shoot back up, right? So that has, I think, was the conversation around this appreciation.
I just want to make a clarification.
Yeah.
It's just important for us to understand here, because for the longest time, people were bearing the brunt and seeing the effects of the pounding that the shilling took, essentially for lack of enough in the market, right? So now we are saying that because suddenly there's all of this forex again in the market, the shilling strength gains. So is it a false position because of this current activity whereby there was all this buyback of currency? When that situation ceases, then the true picture of the strength of the shilling will then resurface? Is that what we are saying? Or there's a possibility that could happen?
Remember the dynamics in the position of the shilling is not just because of the activities in Kenya. Also, you're looking at what is happening especially in the US market, right? Yeah. And one of the challenges, of course, that has been there for basically currencies outside the US has been the fact that the rate that the Fed has had on the interest rate actually went up from 0 point something to 5%, right? So going back to the point that Rama was making earlier, so there's a higher interest in the US. If you're looking where to put your money, then you can make a better return in the US market if you are if you're looking somewhere to put your capital, than it was 5-6 years ago, especially before COVID. So there's been that drive of, as somebody joked, the dollars going back home because you can make a better return in the US market. So that means that any kind of FDI that was going to other countries, Kenya included here, then was kind of not coming this side, it was going back to the US. So the activity, and that's what I was speaking about, this 1 week, 2 week activity that we've seen with the bonds and with the repayment that we picked with the new Eurobond. When that settles, will the momentum of the shilling appreciating continue? That's where the jitters are, because the feeling at this point is the fact that this could just be an activity that plays out in a couple of weeks. Then once the market settle, then it could keep going up. The ideal situation, the hopeful situation for Kenya is that if it's real that not the fundamental, I'm speaking like CS Njuguna, like saying the fundamentals of the market. But if it's real that what we are seeing with this Eurobond is that there's still a positive sentiment to one year. There's more clarity now, and investors feel we can put money back into Kenya, then it means your foreign direct investment could go up, and then you have a bit more of foreign exchange coming into the country. So that's the hopeful situation, that sustains over time. But remember, the flip side of it as well is that we are still a net importer at the end of the day. So if our exports are not, if that gap is not closing, there'll still be demand. And if the shilling goes down a bit and people feel, now at least my shilling can get me a few more things from China, then I'll be going to the commercial banks, I'll be going to central bank and saying, I need to buy more stuff. Right? So that pressure on the shilling will still be there.
There's an economic argument, that if the shilling is weaker, then it makes our exports a little more desirable.
Now that, in theory, would be the case. But remember, in addition to that theory, there's what they could talk about in terms of elasticity. So essentially, how responsive is demand for product in response to a change in price? So yes, in dollar terms, Kenya is now, if you're a tourist, for example, Kenya is 30% cheaper based on what happened last year. Does that then necessarily translate into more tourists coming into the market? Not necessarily. If you look at the sort of things that we export, our biggest single source of foreign currency income, tea is right at the top. I think horticulture is second or third. Yeah. But
export.
Yeah. In terms of foreign currency income.
It's human resource.
Which ones? When people can't get passports?
The ones who are already there.
It's human resource. The ones who are out there.
So commodity. So in terms of commodities, it's
tea. But if you think about growing a crop of tea, it's not like just because now the Kenya is now 30% cheaper that I can magically whip up
harvest
a new crop in 3 months and say, now I can essentially double my income. That's not how it works. So there's a problem there in terms of being able to.
So the volume of our exports is not going to increase just because our shilling is getting stronger.
I was going somewhere with this.
Okay.
And that's why I started there. So there are many factors that influence the yo-yoing or the stability of our shilling. By the same token, there are many factors that determine whether we are a safe place to be lent money or not. Okay? Now, how do these things play together? Because that safety that I refer to, which is purely laymanship, seems to influence and affect the cost of this money that we borrow. How does it influence?
That essentially now would refer to two things. State capacity, number one.
Yes.
And number two, to what extent do I trust the systems of government in your place? If I'm going to lend to John, and I know that he does X, Y, Z, he works at IPB, he's an upstanding member of society, etc., etc., he's a fairly reasonable fellow, hangs out with decent characters.
Went to a good school.
Yeah, among other
good
things.
public school.
A good taxpayer-funded school. I'm going to lend to him at a much lower rate, right? If I call him and he responds relatively quickly, he's not giving me the slip. He's not shifty. He's not ducking and dodging. It's a reasonable assumption that he's okay, right? But then you look at what we do. You borrow money. Are you transparent with your own citizens? Are you spending money properly, or as one of our viewers, I believe, on the YouTube stream is pointing out, we're borrowing money and then we're entrusting a government that has people who are busy wearing Ferragamo watches to run it properly.
And belts.
Well, that's true. Are these the sort of people who are serious? And to be fair, we're not saying that the state and our politicians will magically become angels overnight. It will not happen. These politicians are a reflection of the society that they come from.
I refuse that statement completely, but anyway, go on. Because you're lumping in with some of these unsavory characters.
Your salary is you're paying their salaries. You're paying their salaries.
You're unsavory.
But to augment that,
just look at the mirror, you'll see the politician.
City for Siaya, 2027.
But to add to that point, which I think is really, you need to look at the IMF to kind of see how nice you'll need to look for you to have favorable rates on things, right? The IMF gets a lot of flack, but one of the cool things about the IMF is how cheaply they give us whatever debt they give us or whatever instruments they allow us to have access to.
Is that the only thing they give us the money? No.
No. And that's where I'm coming to. If you look at the conditions they put in place, they give you a good indication of what you need to look like, what your shape needs to be as an economy for you to attract very good terms. Because if you look at the debt register, there is some debt we have from IMF that is as low as 0.75% in interest rate. That's cheap, right? Of course, before we became low middle income country, those ones were just like that. But if you look at the conditions that the IMF puts in, leave alone the taxes and what have you, you know, there will be a lot of things around reforms that have to do with the management of our public finances. Basic things as basic as your budget transparency. Basically, how transparent are you on how you're raising resources and how you're spending it? And so whenever you hear the mission from the IMF is coming into town, they literally have a check, right? How transparent are you? What is the strength of your institutions? Do you have a strong debt management office? You know, so basically the systems are something that you want to have, something that people can say, this looks strong enough.
John, I hear what you're saying. You could argue in that place, and then people could argue on the other side, whereby it's an institution that wants to keep you dependent. It's like the woman who puts arsenic in her husband's tea every day, a little bit of it, you know, low interest rates on loans, just a little bit to keep you dependent, but keep you drugged enough so that you don't ask questions about certain things, or that you don't demand for your own kind of, you know, independence. It may make them look like, you know, the ones who want to help out, but at the end of the day, you're heavily dependent on them.
So there are two sides to that coin, right? I want us to compare where we were in 2014 and where we are now, right?
Yeah.
So in 2014, we had so many options on the table on how we could finance our budget. The IMF was not really in the picture in the kind of scenario we are in right now. Then you compare it to where we are today. I quote David D on this because he's been very adamant to remind us every time we've complained about the IMF. That the IMF does not come in good times. They come when you are literally on your knees. And so really you are singing to their tune. So your point is correct on the fact that when they come, the conditions they put on the table are not that easy. But there's a second bit which, again, our president has been trying to drive internationally, which is that the way those institutions are structured and how the terms they have for, let's just call it the global south, the developing world. The terms are quite different from what you have with the more kind of OECD level countries, right? The more developed countries. So there's also an arrangement in terms of how they structure their instruments, basically how they give money and how they support you. That seems to be quite unfair to countries that are struggling, who would seem to have more conditions to deal with and higher rates to pick up from that sense. So you have a point on the fact that the IMF definitely comes with terms that make you very uncomfortable. But at the same time,
how is it unfair?
But at the same time, if you compare where we were in 2014 and where we are now, we called the IMF for 10 years.
Yeah. No, we looked for them vigorously.
For 10 years, we were just calling them in.
Yes.
Right? But we could have taken very different routes, as you're asking at the beginning.
But John, why is it unfair? Why is it unfair? Because we have the option of not borrowing, as we said. I thought the idea was to move an economy to a point where we are not dependent on borrowing, isn't it? Is that not what a good manager of a country ought to be doing?
But that presumes you have good managers to begin with.
Voila.
Yes, it does presume we have good managers.
And we don't.
No.
We essentially have a collection of people.
Now we're being unfair.
No, you have a collection
City,
of people in the executive and parliament who have literally spent the last 10 years, right, as Jubilee or as UDA. It's basically same wine, just different packaging, different skins. Who've literally spent the last 10 plus years sitting back and saying, yeah, but Dad, we need to build a road, can borrow money. We need to build a bridge somewhere, we'll borrow money.
And they don't build the road or the bridge.
I mean, case in point, the A8. How many times have I been here as guest host?
Talking about Mombasa to Nairobi.
It's still a mess. Right? But how much money do we essentially set up and say, no, we're going to essentially raise a bit of cash here and there?
What time of the day do you travel on that road?
Early in the morning.
But the fiscal discipline part, right? So is what you really want to have, and it's the reason why the systems of a country then become really important, because it helps you manage, helps you put in policies that make sense. In the instant then you need to borrow to implement whatever fiscal policies you are going for, then you are going in a more disciplined way. Because one of the things that has been a challenge in this country for some time has been what we believe is our long-term approach to development. Right. So there's some, you might remember a couple of years back where Ndemo, the former PS of ICT.
Are you talking about the dead capital article?
Yeah, so the fight they had with David D for months, right? On is our approach to develop. So what approach to development makes sense, right? So is it that you go more capital intensive, which is what we did in the last 10 years or so? Or is it more capital in terms of human capital? So develop schools, develop the human
and better healthcare,
which is cheaper.
Arguing which point?
Which was cheaper. So David D was more on the human capital side, and Ndemo was more on the fiscal capital side. Right?
Roads, infrastructure, etc.
This point was clearly better.
But now you see, whichever route you take as a country determines how much money you need to implement your philosophy of development. So the fact that we went with a capital intensive one means that then the borrowing became a thing that was almost expected. Now the question then lands at, so what mix of debt do you go for? Right? Because at the end of the day, you want to arrive at a mix of debt that allows you to do a couple of things. Number one, gives you time, because you believe you are building the road so that people, I like using the Eastern Bypass as an example, right? So before there was Eastern Bypass, there was no Kamakis and that whole stretch of development that you cannot see the end of.
Utawala was
police
backwaters
and a quarry. So your belief is that if we build that road, there's development that is going to come with that. But that will take time. It will not happen the very next year. So you want to get good terms in terms of the timelines of when you pay it. Secondly, you want to go for debt that is cheap, right? So you want to go for debt that allows you to pay small amounts over time. So again, you've taken good time and you've taken some good low interest rate. Then that helps you to pay cheaply over a long period of time. So what did we do in the last 10 years? We went for the Eurobonds. Right now we are Eurobond, 7? This one was 7.
Pretty much, yeah.
Combined.
So we only hear of maybe 3. If you ask people what are the other 4, people might not
because we still
connect
have 2028.
So we have the 2018.
2032.
Oh, sorry. I was speaking of when we borrowed. So we borrowed 14. So there's a big one that is known. There's another big one in 2018, I think. But there were a couple of other commercial ones that we borrowed within that time. So if you look at our debt portfolio, the bilateral debt basically shifted in terms of the proportion of our debt with the commercial one. And this bilateral one is where you had the cheap one. So it literally flipped. In terms of the proportion of it that was coming from commercial debt. So that's one side of it. But also when you're looking at our debt mix, the one thing, so we speak a lot about the commercial debt, the Eurobond. We don't speak as loudly about our domestic debt because our domestic debt is more expensive than the Eurobond. That's the one thing that we rarely ever talk about.
What advantage does it come with?
It's here. You don't have to worry about whether the dollar goes up or goes down because you borrowed in Kenyan shillings.
And World Bank isn't going to come to bother you.
It won't bother you.
The only people
and they are
who
not
bother your pension funds and banks.
Yes. But then the flip side of it, if you look at our debt repayment over the last 5 years, 2/3 of it has been to the domestic market, not to China. Not to Eurobonds and what have you. It's actually been to the domestic market.
What's the ratio of domestic and foreign bonds?
Yeah. Yes.
This is bills and bonds.
Yeah. Bills and bonds, wherever we are paying our... Let me give the best thing. So 2022, 2023 is the last financial year. 66% of our debt repayment was to the domestic market.
Okay.
right? Because we are borrowing, look at the last Eurobond, the last bond that CBK floated. What was the percentage coupon on it?
18.5%.
Exactly. So you can see why our domestic debt is also an issue. So the mix of what domestic debt do you go for, what commercial debt do you go for? So when you connect it to the fact that now we decided to go more capital intensive as a country, and then we went for a debt mix that was not very favorable, and then you do it over a period of 10 years, it's not a surprise to anyone why we are here now. I'm the one few Kenyans who are not surprised where we are today.
Where we are.
Because it's been coming, yes.
Let's take a break, first of all, get into the news, and then this conversation must continue. See, John, you're staying.
Yes.
Senior Program Officer, International Budget Partnerships Kenya, John Kinothia, is our guest. Guest host is Roman Young, a business journalist. He's here until the end of times. So he stays. We don't need to ask him. We are talking about our economy this time, where we are at in terms of our debt, our borrowing, how we spent the money. We have borrowed more, we shall still pay. It's not a long time away. It's coming. How shall we handle it? 8 a.m. Let's get the news.
Spice up your life.
The Newswire, I'm Leah Obaga. World marathon record holder Kelvin Kiptum is set to be buried today at his home in Cherunya, Uasin Gishu County. President William Ruto will lead the mourners in the funeral service, which will be held at Chepkoroi Farmers Stadium starting at 9 o'clock this morning. Hundreds of Rift Valley residents as well as athletes from all over the world are expected to attend the burial.
Kiptum is like someone who was committed on his work, and actually showed me that he was committed because he ran very well. He ran a course record in that day, but due to injury he was having on that day, I find that after the race to congratulate Kiptum.
Kelvin Kiptum really shocked us as athletes. We are still in denial, but we have to accept. So the passion that he had in athletics was the best, and he was so much determined. To an extent, we were hoping for a gold medal in Olympics.
At least 3 gold miners have died after the walls of an underground mine collapsed in Manyata village, Vihiga County. Police said the 2 others escaped with injuries after they were pulled out alive and rushed to hospital. The site is among many discovered in the area where residents venture to make a living. Officials, however, say the tunnels where the miners venture are unsafe for their operations. Parents and guardians have been urged to limit their children's internet usage. Speaking at a press conference in Kakamega, Film Board Manager Josephine Gitiri has asked parents to also monitor what their children watch online, especially during this mid-term period.
Wazazi ambao wanapatia watoto simu, ambao wanawachia runinga waone tu bila kuangalia, ninaomba mkuwe waangalifu kwa vile vitu watoto wenu wanaona, sababu filamu zingine wanaona si nzuri kwao, bado hawako kwa huo umri wa kujua ni nini ambacho wanachokiona. Kwa hivyo wakati wa half term naomba wazazi mkuwe waangalifu, na si wakati wa half term tu, kuna wale ambao ni day scholars pia. Tuache kuachia television hilo jukumu la kuwa wazazi, tukuwe wazazi kwa watoto wetu. We are classifying these films so that we protect children against harmful content. When we give this rating according to age, then you as a parent is able to know this film is not suitable to a child under 18 years, 10 years, and then you're able to stop that.
Kakamega First Lady Professor Janice Baraza has asked parents to play their role in raising their children in order to reduce cases of child pregnancies in the region. Speaking at Kakamega College, Janet emphasized the importance of parents teaching their children the values of life. Baraza has also advised 74 female students who are already pregnant to return to school and instead focus on their education, which will benefit them in the future. My apologies for that. And the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission differed with the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions over plans to drop charges against former government officials. This event comes after Milimani Law Court. A case hearing was adjourned as the DPP sought to withdraw the case against 3 senior government officials at the Geothermal Development Company. The anti-graft body opposed the application as the two authorities cited different reasons for their players. In its application, EACC told trial magistrate Thomas Nzuki that the intention to drop the charges was not made in the public interest or was intended to prevent or avoid the abuse of the legal process. Meanwhile, the DPP argued that there was no sufficient evidence to support the allegations levelled against the former government officials. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
All right, let's look at what's going on coming into the city on Gong Road, heading out towards the CBD. There's also some traffic coming off of Raila Odinga Way. It's coming from Langata Road as well, so that's pretty busy. But then I think it'll be fine after a short while. Just a little bit of hold up at your junctions. And on Uhuru Highway, it looks... it's going to pack up again at the junctions as you get out towards Haile Selassie. All right, Jago Road is packing up, and then Landis Road is bumper to bumper all the way through from the stadium roundabout to Kamkunji at the roundabout and all the way onto Haile Selassie. It's busy coming in from Moranga Road, going through towards Globe Cinema at the overpass, and then trying to touch onto the middle of the city. The Thika Superhighway, not doing too badly, but we're going to have that sticky situation between Survey and the Pangani underpass just because we don't have service lanes. We will just chug along till you get into it. But apart from that, I think we'll be all right. Northern Bypass looks good as it does on Limuru Road. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is the Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is the Situation Room.
Thank you very much for keeping it locked on Spice FM, on KTN Home, on YouTube, and on Facebook. This is Kenya's biggest conversation, the Situation Room. Eric Ndu CT, our guest host today, Ramanyang, and our guest for these 2 hours, John Kinuthia, Senior Programs Officer, International Budget Partnerships, Kenya. Talking about partnerships, EcoBank is very big on partnerships. Huge. They say, all right, so we do not have presence in a certain town, in a certain village. We don't have to come and open a branch. We can actually create partnerships, and that's why they go for agency banking. Okay. So in terms of agency banking, they have over 100 of them in Kenya, just in Kenya alone.
Absolutely.
So you can basically transact with your EcoBank account from those agency banking locations. And then even outside the country, they have partnerships.
Absolutely.
They say, you are Bank A, you don't have a presence in this country, we are there. Just tell your people to talk to our people and we'll sort you out.
And we can make it happen. And that's the thing, making it happen and making business, whether it's at an institutional point of view or an individual, and plugging into the one platform that EcoBank has made available across African markets and across markets in the world. EcoBank is creating a better way for a better Africa.
Kabisa. You talked about plugging in, eh? All right. Do you have a plan? If you don't have a plan, I've got a plug for the plan. I see a line. And they're saying, right, so you're thinking about what you want to do. So you're a young person. Let's say you're a parent and you're looking at your young adult and you're trying to teach them about life in future and telling them the importance of thinking ahead and investing ahead. And they don't listen to you. Send them to ICEA Lion. They will listen to them. You have been thinking, my God, everybody has plots of land. Me, I don't have. Oh my goodness, what have I been doing in my life so far? It's never too late. Just come up with a plan, go to ICEA Lion, discuss, and they can even help you come up with a plan. ICEA Lion. Email them today, plan@icealion.co.ke. You can go to their website, icealion.co.ke, or you can also follow them on their social media handles. Just look for ICEA Lion. Hashtag, what's your plan? City, why don't you please remind us today's proverb?
No one can prepare for the Hamatan by drinking plenty of water.
No one can prepare for the Hamatan by drinking plenty of water.
You can try, though.
You could. You could.
You'll be given marks for effort.
I mean, you won't even have that water because it's going to be rationed twice a week.
Rama, what's your interpretation of that proverb?
appropriate solutions to appropriate problems. Please link the two together. You cannot try and tax yourself into prosperity. It doesn't work that way. You just can't.
Really?
No.
Well, neither can you talk your way into prosperity.
Well, there's that too. But someone is flying around a lot and trying to talk our way into alleged prosperity. Doesn't quite work.
It's working for some, though.
Well, I mean, if you're wearing a Ferragamo watch, yes.
What? Who is Ferragamo?
This watch,
Who's this guy?
I keep hearing it.
Sounds like it's a devil.
Yeah,
Like
no,
if,
I mean,
if you have Ferragamo, my God.
What's wrong with this guy?
It's a very expensive,
very
designer
niche,
watch.
very
They sell those things.
See, Kamai. This is relatively cheap in comparison.
Relatively.
Yeah.
It's luxury.
Somebody has gone and bought it, isn't it?
Yes.
It belongs to them. It's a good thing, isn't it?
Part of prosperity.
Wait. If you're on the public payroll, my friend. No.
If you're on public payroll, you're not buying Ferragamo watch.
Why not?
If you're on the
What do you
public
mean?
payroll
Maybe
and we are paying you less than your take home should be less than $7,000 a month, and you're buying a Ferragamo watch.
You need to understand that what we pay our public servants
It's not what they earn.
is opportunity. So please stop complaining.
As a taxpayer, I have complaints.
Rama, did you not hear me talking about the plan just now?
Look, unless
if this guy had the plan 15 years ago
To buy a Ferragamo
watch,
And he's got
this
one
year.
now. He wasn't always a cabinet secretary or a
It's a
high
journey
official.
that began a long time ago. Started investing.
Okay.
It's
ideas.
It's remember to go back to CT's points. Solutions to problems.
Link them.
Yeah, please. So you cannot simply say that you had a plan to buy something 10 years ago, and that supposedly points to your competence. But we look at other parts of your work, and we are not seeing any competence
Rama does
there.
have a point. Ferragamo is a problem. They're selling a watch. Solution, buy it. Yes.
We've moved the problem to Ferragamo.
Anyway, so if the plan involves buying shares in Ferrari and YSL and a slice of BlackRock, a slice of Apple, by all means, Tuendelee.
Okay. So we are talking about managing our finances. And I said the buzzword now in government circles and even outside in your circles, John, is fiscal consolidation. What does that mean?
Fiscal consolidation is a term that basically means we need to reduce the gap between what we want to spend money on and how much money we have. Very basic means then you need to rationalize or kind of be more humble on what you want to live within your means, but at the same time you need to work harder to generate more revenue. So fiscal consolidation is not either or. I think sometimes that has been the challenge, especially when you look at kind of the public debate around it, right? A lot of it has really been focused on this. We need to mobilize more taxes. And especially when you listen to, to comments from government, there's a lot of talk of we need to collect more, Kenyans are undertaxed. All that is one portion of the conversation around fiscal consolidation. But the other side of it is you need to keep your expenditure within certain limits. Now, I need to put a caveat here, though. Because one of the discussions that you often hear is we just need to cut, we need to balance the budget is often the language.
Hard fiscal rules.
Hard fiscal rules, zero budgeting, which basically means we ask what you're doing this year and we only give you a shilling for that year. But, there are studies that have been done around the world that show as much as you can reduce expenditure, there's a certain point you get to where now it hits your economy, because government, especially in countries like Kenya, is a huge part of the GDP growth and the productivity of the economy. So fiscal consolidation is supposed to be this very nice mix of working hard to collect more, so generate more in your economy. What we were just discussing before in the past hour on how do you grow your exports, how do you make sure there's more activity in the economy that you can tax. But on the other side, how do you reduce? Again, the discussion we're having on your approach to development. How do you take an approach to development that means you have a more humble approach to what things you need to spend money on?
And,
yes.
that discussion is actually an interesting one, because it's something we discussed in October. When I was speaking to the finance minister in Marrakesh, one of the things that I asked him was, and this was fairly early on in the 2023 Finance Act, and my question at the time was, do you think that with the tax hikes that you imposed at the time, do you think you went too far? And his answer at the time was a very emphatic no. As far as he was concerned, the effects that we're seeing at the time, the decline in fuel consumption, etc., his argument was, no, these are macro issues, right? Fuel prices have been high around the world, and as far as we are concerned as a finance ministry, we're seeing similar things happening in other parts of the world. Therefore, this is not, the cause here is not the tax policies we have imposed. The cause is something else. But you also pose an interesting question towards the end of it, and it's been an ongoing debate that they're struggling with, and the IMF as well has faced a lot of opprobrium for it. His argument was this: when he left as central bank governor, our tax to GDP ratio is closer to 20%.
About 18.
Right? Yeah, around 18.
Just above 18, yes.
Yeah, around 18%. He comes back as finance minister and he says our tax to GDP ratio is 13 and some change. It's under 14%. So essentially it's dropped, right, by around 400 basis points, even though the economy has been growing. And his argument is, why has that happened? Either A, our tax collection has not been as efficient as it should be, or compliance has fallen off, which is the argument that we also have been hearing the last week from Dr. Chris Kipto when he was doing his presentation to legislators. Or B, to go back to CT's argument a little earlier, we've rebased. You've expanded your economy. You've expanded your output. Because if you look at the way GDP is calculated, essentially it's looking at what is government spending, minus imports, exports, etc. But some of these things are not necessarily taxable, right, items. You're spent on a road. Brilliant. You spent, say, 1 billion shillings constructing the Eastern Bypass over X period of time.
Yeah.
Once the construction is done, yes, that will contribute to your GDP, but in terms of your tax yield,
not yet.
It's not essentially going to reflect that, because, okay, fine, you had your one-off hit from importation of materials, a company came in as a contractor that hired some individuals, but once those jobs are gone, then what?
Then what?
Right? So you've grown output, but how much of this output can you actually tax? What's your effective tax yield? And that's one of the challenges that we're facing now.
And remember, fiscal consolidation is not a new term. I have been working in the space for just over 10 years. Every single budget document I've read in that period has had the phrase fiscal consolidation. So it has always been an ambition of the country that will get into a place where our deficit is more manageable. Remember, as part of the East African community, we actually have a target as a region that all our deficits will be somewhere 3.5% of GDP. So that's the true north for the region on where we want to be, because we feel that is more manageable as a deficit. So you're not borrowing too much. But there are reasons why it's not always worked, right? One of it, which is related to how we set our revenue targets. We're always very ambitious, right? So we always say we will collect more. I remember 2 years ago, I'm in a SACCO, like every Kenyan, or like many Kenyans. And when they were presenting the financials for the next year, the chair of our board of directors showed a number that was going to be about 30% increase in the revenue for the SACCO. And being the good budget guy I am, I stood up and said, that's unrealistic. And the chair of the board, in the answering the question, said, "You see, we have a new strategic plan." And this strategic plan,
it's a 5-year plan.
Yes.
This thing, 30% we will hit. Do you know how much it grew by in the next year? Just 12%. We never even go to the half mark, right? And that has been the challenge for government, right? There's always this ambition. There's always this next big thing that we feel will help us collect more revenue. So we set the very high revenue targets. The current BPS that we were just discussing has a target of growing our revenue by 15% between 2024 and 2025.
For that to happen, we need to spend the money, isn't it?
Well, so the goal is to spend money, right?
To spend money, we need to borrow, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, not necessarily spend money. And here's one counter argument you could actually make. 2008, Amos Kimonya comes to the floor of the House and he says, look, the global economy is a bit of a mess. We've just come off this absolutely atrocious period in Kenyan history. We need to create employment. We need to expand opportunities for people. And I don't know if he's ever actually spoken about this in public, in reflecting on the effect of that one line. It's literally one paragraph in that budget speech where he says, I propose that we reduce taxes on small displacement motorcycles below 250 cc's. If that decision was not made, you can literally draw a straight line between the approval of that tax cut and the surge that we have today in the expansion of not just the border industry, but deliveries, etc. Yes, it's come with its own negative externalities. Yeah. Right? Don't exactly enjoy. No one enjoys riding into traffic when you've got some guy who's riding into you. Yeah. There are all those problems. But generally speaking, that one single tax cut has provided immense value since then. So it doesn't always have to be a case of we need to spend money as government, as a society, to then produce positive outcomes.
You can choose to forego some revenue line, but then the impact will be longer.
It's gigantic.
But the same thing with the road and the infrastructure you're speaking of. Yes. The whole point and the argument that economists make about infrastructure is what it's supposed to spur on. You give an example of the Eastern Bypass. I could give the example of the Thika Road. See? Yes, there's the one-off. They're the employees. But because of that road, things that ordinarily would not be able to take place, people would put up buildings, businesses would grow. Now, these you can tax. So at some level, it does spur growth.
Yes, and that's the argument, is the fact that and it's the reason why you have things like the Vision 2030, right? So you're looking more long-term.
Yep.
And then you break that up into smaller pieces with the medium-term plans. It's basically to try and connect the lines, right? Because you're not just planning for 1 year, right? Even within our budgeting space, we use what we call the medium-term expenditure framework, which is supposed to give us a bit of a longer-term look at things. But that does not mean that you're immune from learning from history, which is you have to look at past performance and ask yourself, so if we are not doing 30% or 15% over the last 10 years, what makes us think that we can do 15% in the next year, right? So there has to be sound justifications for why you are arriving at certain conclusions about how much you will grow revenue or how much you think you will be able to to generate some active part of the economy to add to what you already have.
Yeah. And
the challenge for Kenya...
And actually illustrates John's point. The fact is that our tax revenue targets are just... I mean, calling them disconnected from economic reality is being quite generous.
It's magic thinking.
Well, that's what we're putting it. If you actually just look at the data, and this is not me pulling it out of thin air. This is
National Treasury's data.
This is from National Treasury. The target for tax revenue for the first half of this fiscal year that we're in now was 1.4 trillion shillings.
June to December.
Yes. Now, I mean, John and I have been in this space for quite a while, but he sees more data than I have. I don't think I can remember a single instance where every single tax revenue line was a miss. Normally it would be one specific one, it's one or two but as of the first half of this fiscal year, every single one was way off target. import duty, excise, income tax, and that combines both corporate income tax and personal income tax, the lot. And income tax actually was probably the second biggest? No, it was the biggest one actually. It had the biggest miss.
What was the target?
The target was to raise 596 billion shillings by the end of the year. We missed that by 105 billion.
Okay.
Now you've increased, and remember, please note, in June, what are we being told? Oh, we've expanded tax bands. We've added a 32% one. We've added a 35% one. We're going to tighten compliance. You Kenyans are not complying. You're not paying taxes. So even the argument that Dr. Kipto is making about, Kenyans are not overtaxed, you just need to be more patriotic. You look at reality and you ask yourself, hang on, FKE essentially told us that this economy lost 70,000 jobs in the year to October. And 70,000 is roughly the amount that we tend to create in prior...
Informal jobs.
Yeah, in formal sector, right? Formal sector jobs in prior years. That's like eliminating all the jobs that were created in 2021. Now, that's not a patriotism problem. That's a structural problem. The tax targets that you have are simply not realistic.
How do they arrive at these tax targets, John?
There's a model. That's the answer we've always received from the
model.
National Treasury. There's a model. So there's a model.
Who came up with this model?
I think it borrows heavily from the IMF.
And the model is not
actually.
human, eh?
It's not like a model.
No, there are certain things you plug in.
Runway.
And in all fairness to all the technocrats at the National Treasury, because I've seen a couple of those Excel sheets, there's really an effort to actually really gauge how much the government can actually raise from the economy. Remember, Kenya is not Nigeria, right? We don't have oil, we don't have natural resources to speak of. Thankfully. Maybe if we had, we wouldn't be fighting too much about taxes.
We do have oil.
Thankfully, none of it is commercially viable.
Yes.
So you don't have, so tax is our oil, right? So that's
you put it well.
So that's our natural resource, right? So that's what everybody is focused on. So getting it right when you're targeting it is important. So the technocrats at the National Treasury, and I always give them credit for this, they actually have ways to clearly tell what is it that we can collect realistically. But it's also important for us to always remember our budgets are prepared by technocrats and approved by politicians.
Okay.
And that's where the expenditure side of the budget comes in. Because you have the plan, right? The plan has certain promises it's trying to go for. You have the big four in the last government. It's something that the government was going for. So you are trying to fit your expenditure into a certain portion of revenue that always don't add up. And, when you look at what happens, especially even after we approve the budget, so we know the deficit. So like this year, the target for not the target. I don't think you have a target for the deficit. The deficit for the coming financial year is 750 something billion shillings. But what we've seen over the years is that every time we start implementing the budget, now picking the numbers that Rama just shared, then there's a realization, we might not collect all the revenue that we thought we would. So what do? We bring in a supplementary budget, we make an adjustment to the revenue. Often, the target is dropped. Then we go on the expenditure side. By some miracle, that always goes up. So your deficit actually expands over time. In fact, I have some numbers in front of me. We've kept like 10 years of tracking
just the deficit.
And of those 10 years, this is from 2014, 2015, up to 2023, 2024. Only 2 of those years did the deficit actually contract during the period of implementation through all these supplementaries that we do. In all the other years, the deficit always goes up because we adjust our revenue downwards. We are trying to be more realistic, but we never seem to get realistic on the expenditure side. Why? Because
it stays high.
Because there are certain things we need to do. And we just don't seem to want to respond.
And not just that. I mean, it's also an operational culture issue. There's an article in The Nation today where they're asking, the headline actually just sums up the story. Austerity? ? Rigathi Gachagua splurges 10 million bob on curtains.
But what?
Curtains. Curtains are, curtains, yeah.
So if you're in a situation where government is telling you, hey, tighten your belts, give us more money, give us more money, give us more money, but they're essentially splurging more and more cash.
What's this disconnect?
Because there's a disconnect.
Yeah, and if I can just jump onto that a little
please.
bit, because we have these conversations and we're talking about the economy and we're talking about fiscal responsibility and consolidation and all of these things. Now we're talking about budget, because we also know that the budget starts well before the CS stands on the steps and says, here's the briefcase, blah, blah. The process starts long time before that. And the technocrats that you speak of are actually crunching the numbers. They're coming up with these and how it's going to look like. Please stop me if I'm wrong, but it's not possible for the budget of a nation to happen in isolation. That there are other things that need to come into play. When we talk about this management of structure, when we talk about the necessity to be responsible when it comes to expenditure, when it talks about when you look at the revenue that you will bring in, revenue then has a direct impact on the budget that you will make in terms of then where you will put this money. That yes, loans and credit is accounted for when you come up with your budget, because you say, okay, what we can tax is not enough to cover this budget. So all of these things touch on each other. It doesn't. You can't have it just say, this is how much we have, this is what we're going to spend. And then at the same time, when you start to look for other ways in which you are going to actually bring in more revenue, what kind of simulation needs to take place to say that, yes, we have a budget, we have loans, we have expenditure, we have 1, 2, 3, so that these things can work in tandem?
I'm going to let John go on that one first before I come in with my working thesis.
So we have a budget process that is 2.5 years long. Our budget is not 1 year. That's just the implementation part of it. The reason why we have a budget process that is that long is because there are many multiple decisions, completely one dependent on the other, but that allows us to have the discussion we are having now, but even within the institutions of government. There's this dance between the executive and parliament, and we have all these independent offices. So kind of just coming to your point on the actors and what they are doing. So what that means is that even when we start the process, right at the beginning from August when the process kicks off, we are literally having a conversation of what is it that we need to do, how much money do we have, and then we keep refining it. Because like where we are now with the budget policy statement, the simple decision we are making, well, that might not be that simple, is just how much money do we give to each of our 10 sectors in the national government. That's it. At this point, we are not discussing what road, no, we're just thinking of at the sector level, how much money do we need to put into education, into agriculture, and why do we need to do that, right? Then that goes to Parliament. And Parliament is supposed to, ask the National Treasury, okay, so we see what you're proposing, please tell us why, right? So Parliament has a big role in this as well. And in that whole process, there's all this requirement for stakeholders to be brought on board, right? IBP, where I work, we were in Parliament 2 days ago, literally on the budget policy statement, and Parliament was asking, what do you guys think about this thing, right? So there are all these actors that are playing a role in it. But the question is, at the end of the day, when the politicians are making that final decision of this is the approved budget, what do they take into account? Right? So do they take into account all these fundamentals that the technocrats in the National Treasuries are putting on the table? How do they balance it with Wananchi who are saying the road between my village in Timboro and Eldoret is not good? Right? And how do you balance it with the actual reality of we are in an economy where the national government or as a country we are spending 7 bob of 10 bob to repay debt? And all the demands on the political side, all the demands from the citizen side have to find space, but it has to be within that realistic ceiling. I feel that one of the places where most of these things fall off is in Parliament. Because the executive, as much as it has all the power to come up with a proposal, Parliament has a role to say, okay, fine, we see what you're saying. It makes sense. But the reality of the times does not come to that. And you see it in their report. So this is the amazing thing about Parliament. So whenever they put out, let me give a good example of the famous supplementary budgets. In 2020, Parliament sits and says this supplementary...
Sorry, John. It's okay. What is a supplementary budget?
A supplementary budget is a revised budget. It's not a new budget. So this is where sometimes we mess it up. A supplementary budget is not a new budget, because often when I see it reported, it's reported as the government has prepared a supplementary budget of 60 billion shillings. No. A supplementary budget is we approved a budget in June. Then 6 months down the line, the revenue is not revenuing. The expenditure has refused to expenditure. Oh, Kenyans killing English since 1963.
Telling you.
So we realize things are not working. So we come back to the budget and say, we need to make certain amendments so that the budget can be more realistic, so that we're not just doing a postmortem at the end. We can correct some things now for more efficient budget execution. That is the ideal use of the supplementary budget.
Okay.
That's not how it works.
Okay.
Often, other things, Kenya Airways is always the best example I use for this. Every time Kenya Airways has been in the budget, it's coming through the supplementary budget. So when you look at things like the supplementary budget as a good as a good case of what happens, 2020 Parliament sits and they are not happy about the supplementary budget. They feel Treasury is getting away with murder and they need to be put in check. So in their report, they say, number one, no supplementary budget will ever be brought to Parliament 2 months before the end of the financial year. April 30th is the last time you can bring a supplementary budget here. This is in 2020 COVID year. And 2021, 2022, 2023, 2 supplementary budgets come every year. And the second one always comes 2 months
towards the end
of the year. Some even come 2 weeks before the end of the financial year.
They come in May.
So I feel like we have a parliament that understands what needs to be done on the oversight side in keeping all these fundamental aspects of the budget working. But at the point when they need to take action, which was the same with the deficit last year, I hope I'm getting the years correct. Last year, in their report, they say we are keeping the ceiling of the deficit at 400 billion shillings. We will not approve anything above that. It's in their report, documented. You can read it and you're like, this guys. On the BPS report, they say 400 billion shillings is the limit.
The cap.
Right? Then February 28th comes, they approve the BPS, and the deficit is in the 700 billion shillings range. So
and they approved 400.
They said in the report. Because remember, the report is what is brought for discussion in the House. Right? And this report is prepared after you listen to all the committees, because it's prepared by the Budget and Appropriations Committee. So they've listened to all the committees, they put their report which they want to be adopted by the House.
Done the arithmetic.
Yes. So that disconnect for me is, first of all, the institutions that are supposed to put things in check have not really played their part, despite the fact that every indication shows they understand the problem. Secondly, there is a question of just how much coherence exists in government, especially when you're trying to keep track of, a bit of a discussion we were having over during the break on what money is going where and who is spending what, and do we actually have all that in one page, right? And it's been the Treasury's ever struggle to find one account where all the money goes, the famous single treasury account, is to be able to track everything from one place, right? So you sometimes look at budget documents that are coming from government institutions, and the numbers and the proclamations in them are literally conflicting, right? So there's quite a lot that you see that tells you, okay, maybe at the point of our fiscal policy, we need to take a step back and say, why is it that things are not working? Because we can't be saying fiscal consolidation for the last 10 years. And that has not changed.
And we are still not achieving it.
We are not achieving it, right?
Let's take a break. 24 minutes to 9. We are having a conversation about the state of our economy. And John Kinothia, who's a senior programs officer at the International Budget Partnerships Kenya, is our guest. Ramanyang, a business journalist, is our guest host. Ndu, tell us about the weather and traffic, and then come back and repeat that question.
Okay.
Because you're still to answer it, right?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Slight overcast in Nairobi this morning, 17 degrees, highs of 24, and at 18 it's sunny in Nakuru with highs of 27, 17 and partly sunny in Nyeri, highs of 26, and in Eldoret, mostly sunny at 19 with highs of 26. Mostly sunny at 29 in Mombasa with highs of 33, and we'll see highs of 33 in a mostly sunny Malindi at 30. All right, it's 24 and sunny in Kisumu with highs of 32, while Kakamega will see highs of 31, where it's currently sunny at 22. Kampala's cloudy at 24, and Dar es Salaam at 30 is mostly sunny. It's sunny at 20 in Johannesburg and and 30 and sunny in Mogadishu, 14 and sunny conditions in Addis Ababa, while Lagos is cloudy at 27, Kinshasa is cloudy at 24.
Love SpiceFM because of one, the music.
The playlist is good. Spice.
You played the best music.
More of the classics and the hits you love. We are Spice FM.
Okay, so Friday usually is not a crazy day for traffic, and we're not seeing that any of it is too painful at this point. Getting in from the Thika Superhighway has not been too difficult today. Just again, past the underpass, because everybody's tunneling through to the city, is where you find some bumper-to-bumper action. Also going on Ngara, through towards the Globe Cinema overpass, there some, and then also Aerodrome Road coming in from Langata Road going towards Uhuru Highway. Apart from that, everything actually does look good. It's going on splendidly, and those little pockets of traffic soon to be diminished as we come to the end of traffic hour, maybe early today. Still keeping an eye on things though. Let's talk on Spice FM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Patrick Lodge, Otieno Lumumba. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
CT Muga.
CT Lodge.
Muga.
Muga, not Muga.
He's here, and here's the day's proverb.
One man marries a woman, another man marries troubles.
Is he the same man?
Spice.
A lion cannot eat more than 2 donkeys. It will die a natural death because there is no ICU in the forest. In Kenya, it has become the situation that you cannot conduct 2 elections. In fact,
with the same
Bukati,
IBC.
You can't.
I tell you about this Indian friend of mine who was enjoying other Indians in the group. He wrote the word valve and told them, read it.
So how did he say it? I really want to know.
The valve. Of course, kina Ednah is the, like you said, the bees and the peas. Kila kitu mkisia kisema atasema opposite.
Opposite?
Ukisema hii anasema opposite.
Opposite.
Wewe ukisikiliza namna hii unasikia opposite.
The Situation Room, Spice. The only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning.
The next financial year, 2024-2025. And we have to look at how the performance of this current financial year is, 2023, 2024, and the previous ones. So then we can see, are we making sense? Ask that question again.
Yeah. So how is it possible, or how should it be, if we can be prescriptive in terms of what needs to happen? Because obviously it's not been happening. That all of these different moving parts actually work together in the same vehicle. Because it's not happening. We talk about the need to inject towards manufacturing, which will eventually go towards export, which is a direct investment to make sure your development index, you rise some points on development index. Doesn't really happen. So how can you ensure that all these parts are actually moving together, because they've not been?
Okay, you want to go fast? I go fast. Okay. So one of the things that we jokingly say as Kenyans is that we have the right policies. You know that joke? It's actually not a joke, it's true. This country has a lot of really good fundamental guidelines on how things should be done. And we even improved on it when we passed the new constitution, right? How things are supposed to work, including the whole element of decentralization, right? So there was a goal for it. You know, we needed more parts of the country also to develop, because that helps the whole ship move in the right, in the right direction. So I think, you know, when you speak about the fundamentals in terms of how things should work, you know, we have a lot of that in place. So I'm always one of those people who, whenever somebody says, oh, we need a new law for this, I'm like, we actually don't. We have a lot of these things in place. The question is just how we actualize them. And how we actualize them has to start with, number one, there has to be some level of appreciation within the government and the actors that play different roles in the government, that we are not where we were in 2014, 2012. The situation has changed significantly. The situation has changed in terms of the mix of the money that government has to provide services. The economy itself has also changed. So we need to adjust to the reality of the moment, right? So the reality of the moment is that, first of all, we're in a very constrained environment when it comes to discretion on what we can do. And it looks like what we first need to do is just steady the ship. So steadying the ship means you first of all want to get your debt right so that in future years you're not dealing with the same problem. So that one we have to first get out of the way. This domestic borrowing that is very expensive, how do we sort it out? Commercial loans that we keep going for, how do we sort that out? So there's that side of, we just need to get the funding reality correct, because right now the reality changed. The most dependable revenue sources for government, which is just what Rama was reading around the performance in the first half of the year. You can see what is happening in that space. That's our most dependable revenue source. Coming on the other side, you want to get to a point where the government also appreciates the fact that we cannot continue spending as though it's 2012, right?
You can't keep running a Porsche on a Pro Box budget.
Hey.
Wow.
This guy has some
serious nuggets.
From the big watch. Now the Pro Box was just chilling, and the Pro Box has been attacked.
They're doing very well.
The reality is that we are essentially working on a Pro Box budget, but we want to be running around pretending that we have, the
budget for a Porsche,
the latest generation of the Porsche Cayenne, and not just a diesel one, the turbo. It's parked in a nice garage somewhere in Runda. We don't have that kind of money.
So we need to get realistic on that side. And I think the government has made the commitment inward that there's going to be more austerity, there's going to be more, right? But that can't just be tampering with, as somebody said in an article last week, it's not just tampering with money for tea and mandazis and money for travel.
Always. Made a committee of spoken of a commitment.
Spoken of.
Spoken of.
Because ultimately it comes back down to the talk will be here. The execution is
absolutely
something
which would now lead me to another question here, because I think it plays directly, because we can talk up here, but the actual execution of some of these things, even that for which you budget, for example, and I think it's time for us to name these things as we see them as often as we can, in order to bring about perhaps some semblance of what ought to happen. If you have a budget of 600 and so billion shillings, for example, that's supposed to go towards education in a year, the year 2023, 2024, and part of that money, for example, goes towards capitation, right? Come the end of the year 2023, you've paid out capitation less 37%. Less 37%. Where does this money go? The remaining money, you've budgeted for it. So budgeting to me, and please, gentlemen, stop me if I'm getting this wrong. Budgeting is not just we are going to put a number. Budgeting goes the entire process, meaning this is what we need, this is how we're going to spend it, this is where it's going to come from, isn't it? Yes. Or is there something?
Yeah, that's correct.
Ideally, right. So you know where that money is going to come from, and you know the number of children in the country, even those ghost ones. You know the number of schools, you know even the ghost ones you added, we know.
Plus the ghost teachers and the ghost schools.
Plus the ghost schools, plus the ghost teachers, all the ghosts, boom. You are aware.
Yeah.
So when you pay less 37, because it's all budgeting, when you pay over time less 37, and then we start a new school year in January, and we just carry on as though nothing happened.
So
where does that 37%, which was budgeted, go? And then how can you say that you're going to go into, because we're already in the process, how do you then go, and education is in that thing?
The new budget.
Yes. How can you say you are budgeting authentically, with integrity, whereby the last budget you did not fulfill?
You didn't implement it.
You didn't.
Well,
you did execute.
The short answer is that it's a mix of two things. The short and crude answer is we're not budgeting with integrity, because part of it is a structural problem. So to go back to the structure that John pointed out, if you think about how money flows out by law out of the consolidated fund, what's our first obligation? Pay debts.
Debts, yes.
Right? Pay our debts, pay our salaries, pay our pensions, etc. After we finish those things is when you can now then turn around and say, okay, with what has been left over, We now need to send money to these ministries. We need to send to this cash to energy, this cash to defense, this cash to education, this money to agriculture, etc., all of those guys. Right? And then after you sort that out, then you turn around and say, okay, counties need to get X, equalization fund needs to get Y, and so on and so forth. Now, to begin with, remember the context that John was talking about. What have we done in the last decade? We've been on a crazy Fuliza-style binge as a country. We've borrowed money. It was cheap. It was available. You go into the market with the 2014, it's oversubscribed. You come back to the market with another Eurobond in 2018, it's oversubscribed. You're like, there's money. What are you talking about? Pesa utas, bwana. We will find it somewhere. The money is there. But eventually, all of these things are going to come back and bite us. I remember Robinson Njeru Githai, when he was finance minister, because I think he was around when we issued our first Eurobond, right?
Was it? No, it was Rotich, I think.
Rotich.
Was Rotich?
It came after him.
Githai was Kibaki, but he did, because originally the plan was to issue it at the tail end
of the Kibaki years.
Yeah, of the Kibaki years before. But I remember one of his last speeches as finance minister, what he said was, one of the fastest growing expenditure item that we have at the moment is debt service. And this was better part of 10 years ago. So as far as back then, we knew we have a debt service problem, which then leads me conveniently into what you're talking about. If you have a situation where you have all of these baked in structural expenditures that you have to do first, there's a lot of spending that will essentially get kicked down the road. So you might have planned on paper to spend $5 billion or $600 billion, 500 billion shillings or however much, 500, 600 billion that we spend on education every year.
600 billion.
Right? Yeah. But if you don't have the money to spend it because there are other priorities, that budget will not be executed as laid out in paper.
Okay.
Right? And then two, if you're a legislator, ideally what you should be asking yourself as the chair of the budget committee and the finance committee is, hang on a minute, all of these things that we agreed to last year, did they actually get implemented? No. Shouldn't we then recalibrate our budget for the next fiscal year? Ideally, that's what should happen. But the ability of our legislators to actually sit down and tell MPs, tell the executive, listen, last year we gave you 200 billion for XYZ. You did not spend it. Or we gave you 200 billion that was supposed to go into education, and then you turned around and decided, actually, no, we're going to spend this on defense instead. And there are instances where that has happened. So, for example, this was during the pandemic years. There was cash that was taken out from the Petroleum Development Fund, right, which is supposed to essentially be able to turn around and pay oil marketing companies and, in the name of stabilization. It's a subsidy, let's call it what it is. Stabilizing fuel prices, and then they turned around and said, actually, no, we need to service SGR related debts. No one in government has ever held to account for that diversion because technically it is illegal, right? And those are the sort of things that will consistently keep happening. So as long as you have an incentive structure that does not penalize the government for essentially breaking out of budgets, especially in a situation where they know they could have stuck to that budget, the sort of behavior will simply continue. And at the same time, there's something else that, and I've just pinned it at the top of my profile on Twitter. I'm still one of those old guys who will call it Twitter, not X. The IMF's Africa Department Director, Abe Selassie, to his credit, and I know the IMF is not everyone's most favorite institution at the moment, but the fact is, I don't think there's any other institution that could have backstop economies across Africa to the extent that they have. You look at the amount of money that they've essentially lent to Kenya, to Egypt, to Ghana, to Zambia. It's a colossal amount of cash, and realistically, no one else is going to stump it up. Last June, I moderated the conversation where he was there, James More, the CEO of Centum, was there, and we ended up having this exact same argument about, the IMF comes in and says, you guys need to raise your tax revenue. And Mori, as a business person, is like, from where? Where's the productivity, right? Where's the employment? Where's the extra revenue that you guys keep saying you have to tax? And Abe's summary of what the problem was he says, look, there's a lot of African economies, Kenya included, are facing what he describes as a fiscal trilemma. Okay? So on one hand, you don't want spending to be cut. You all want spending on education to continue. Spending on education to continue, spending on healthcare to continue, spending on roads to continue, etc. But at the same time, we don't want debt to go up. Right?
Yep.
And at the same time,
you don't want to raise taxes.
You don't want to raise taxes. So
yep. And
we can choose.
It's a trilemma.
And to add to what you're saying, sometimes the money just never turns up. Right? Because we overestimated what we think we'll collect. Remember how public budgets work is slightly different from the household budget. We plan, then we go looking for the money. Right. In my household, we get money, sit with my wife, and we're like, things are elephant. This is what we will do with the money. In government, we prepare a budget. June 30th, we approve a budget. Then we go out to look for the money. So if we had a very ambitious target, like what we have this time round of 15%, and that money doesn't show up, then it will reflect as underspending in certain ministries and certain areas. Second area is the famous supplementary budget. So we approved 600 billion shillings for education. But within the year, we decided, no, there is a road we need to build. So we move some of the money from certain ministries. It's legal because supplementary budgets are part and parcel of our public finance architecture.
So whatever was supposed to happen, even if it's stalled, that is okay.
So you reallocate.
No,
so you can reallocate.
As long as you get approval from MPs.
From Parliament. You have to go back to Parliament and get an approval for the budget you passed, we want to revise it. So that will reflect as underspending. So sometimes it's not where did the money go. The money never showed up. Or the cheese was moved, right, within the year.
But then isn't this deliberate criminality? For example, explain to me why you'd pass a budget whose implementation begins on the 1st of July, but in September, you're already coming to Parliament with a supplementary budget.
This year was a special case because the shilling decided to do the thing quite
early.
And so our debt went bananas.
Okay.
You needed a higher allocation for debt.
So we needed a higher allocation for debt because the debt was falling due month on month. So if you look at the first supplementary, the biggest chunk of adjustment was actually on the debt. It went up by quite some amount. The supplementary is supposed to be there to help you deal with unforeseen circumstances.
Like those
it's not.
This one was foreseen.
So this time round, that's why that was the explanation that came from the National Treasury on the shift. Because remember, all our external debt is in foreign currency, right? 67% of it in USD, 20-something% in euros. So any change in those markets basically affects our debt bill that we have to pay for the year. But if you look at what the Auditor General just released, I think 2 weeks ago, they did a report. Again, Parliament, to give them credit, asked the Auditor General and said, we think this supplementary thing is being misused. So please do an audit over the last 5 years and tell us where things are going off the rails, right? And it's because one of the things that we have in our law, which I think is the biggest loophole, is that it says that the National Treasury, or basically the executive, can spend on something that, like the example we are giving of education adjustment, but they have to come to Parliament and report it within 2 months. Which means what? They don't have to get the approval fast to do it.
They'll come and inform.
They can do it and come and inform. And the figure that the auditor, I don't remember the exact figure, but the figure was in the hundreds of billions that was spent outside parliamentary approval by the national executive, by the national government. So in a sense, we have a scenario where supplementary budgets have become that nice place where you can make adjustments because there isn't as much rigor of public participation. And all of us like going and saying, tunataka hii, tunataka hii, which happens when you're formulating the budget. But when you're implementing the budget, where the supplementaries stand up, there isn't as much rigor. And that has been the loophole. So as I said, to give Parliament credit, but then let's see what they do with the report, because that report has some really nice findings about how we can shift that whole supplementary environment.
Well, the fact that the same Parliament has not been taking action with the supplementaries, as far as supplementaries are coming, and you're just sitting back, wait, these guys have been, what's been happening? Wait, can you give us a report on what's been happening? It's indicting Parliament. And basically, that report is basically telling Parliament, you failed over the last 5 years in doing your job of checking and oversighting the implementation of the budget. Do you think Parliament will do anything and say, okay, by the way, we made a mistake. We're going we are from this time going forward, we will make sure that supplementary budget, if they've already said supplementary budget cannot come in May, it comes in May and they discuss it.
And approve it.
Because they need to have their CDF released.
I'll go back to something I said when I was last here. UDA does not have the spine to stand up and say, Apana, we disagree with what Treasury is doing, we disagree with the policies coming out of State House, because they are not in the public interest in X, Y, Z. And it is unlikely that they will ever grow that spine until we have some serious crisis, an economic one, a social one to some extent. When that happens, maybe that might spur us to get to a point where we say, okay, Sawa, now we're changing behavior. But right now,
they sing to the tune.
And
you can see that when they meet with the party leader, like they did recently in Naivasha. And yes, they're saying all these things, but basically just being told, this is what we are saying, this is what we are doing. Can you go and implement it in Parliament and make sure that that happens? Well, John, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Come again. And again and again.
There'll always be budget conversations.
Oh, yes. John Kenodia is a senior program officer at the International Budget Partnerships Kenya. He's been our guest for the last 2 hours. Ramanyang is our guest host today. He's been here since 5 a.m. He stays on until 10:30 a.m. Eric Latiff is the man in the chair, but I'm also leaving. We have a show on KTN News tonight from Kilifi. And this is on matters of climate and climate action and what's happening there. So I'll be moderating that conversation. I've got to leave because the helicopter is coming to pick me up. No, I have to find my way to Kilifi right now. So keep it here. The conversations continue. It's now 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the News Wire. I'm Leah Obaga. The court is set to hear a case challenging the constitutionality of the Social Health Insurance Fund. MPs want the case challenging the new public health insurance to be referred to Chief Justice Martha Koome. They want the CJ to constitute and appoint a bench to hear and determine the matter. The National Assembly says an even number of judges, being not less than 3, should determine the matter owing to the pertinent constitutional questions it raises. World marathon record holder Kelvin Kiptum is to be buried at his farm near Nyeri in Uasin Gishu County today. President William Ruto is set to attend, while athletics head Sebastian Coe is also expected to be among the mourners in the nation's athletics heartland. The father of the two veered off the road and hit a tree on February 11th, just months after shattering the marathon record in Chicago in October. He ran the distance in 2 hours and 35 seconds, slicing 34 seconds off the previous fastest time set by his Kenyan rival, the marathon legend Eliud Kipchoge. Parents and guardians have been urged to limit their children's internet usage. Speaking at a press conference in Kakamega, Film Board manager Josephine Gitiri has asked parents to also monitor what their children watch online, especially during this midterm break.
Wazazi ambao wanapatia watoto simu, ambao wanawachia runinga waone tu bila kuangalia, ninaomba mkuwe waangalifu kwa vile vitu watoto wenyu wanaona, sababu filamu zingine wanaona si nzuri kwao, bado hawako kwa huo umri wa kujua ni nini ambacho wanachokiona. Kwa hivyo wakati wa half term naomba wazazi mkuwe waangalifu, na si wakati wa half term tu, kuna wale ambao ni day scholars pia. Tuache kuachia television hilo jukumu la kuwa wazazi, tukuwe wazazi kwa watoto wetu. We are classifying these films so that we protect children against harmful content. When we give this rating according to age, then you as a parent is able to know this film is not suitable to a child under 18 years, 10 years, and then you're able to stop that.
Kakamega First Lady Professor Janet Baraza has asked the parents to play their role in raising their children in order to reduce cases of child pregnancies in the county. Speaking at the Kakamega College, Janet emphasized the importance of parents teaching children the correct values.
Na mimi kama First Lady nataka tusaidiane nyinyi wazazi tuhakikishe kwamba tunapunguza hizi mimba za mapema Kakamega County. Ile nimesema kwamba wakati huu tuko 9,000 from 14,000. So tuendelee kuongea tuwapatie hawa watoto wetu mawaidha mazuri. Uko na huyu amepata mimba ya mapema ni bahati mbaya. But kuna wale wengine ambao uko nao. Wapatie mawaidha mazuri ya kuwasaidia waishi kama watoto, wajilinde kama watoto ili wajizuie kufanya mapenzi ya mapema. Mapenzi ya mapema ndio yanaleta mimba za mapema. So ukijizuia kufanya mapenzi ya mapema, mimba za mapema zitapungua. So that is our responsibility kama wazazi. Tuwapatie watoto wetu mawaidha ya kuwasaidia waishi kama watoto. Tuwaombee, tuwahimize.
Baraza has also advised 74 female students who are already expectant to return to school and instead focus on their education, which will benefit them in future.
Fikiri wewe mama amenirudisha shule sasa ninajienjoy tu vile wanasema bora nijienjoy. Hakuna kujienjoy. Look back where you have come from and make good use of this opportunity that you have given you right now. Mlishaanguka mkasimama, huwezi kubali kuanguka tena. But as a learner, as a student, the key thing is what do you want to be in life? Look at your vision. Unataka kuwa nini baada ya Kakamega Polytechnic? What do you want to do for yourself? For your family, for the community and for the nation. So kukurudisha shule ni kukupatia macho, kukufungua macho. It's to help you move forward and take care of your life as a mature person, as an able person. So
And finally, the Kenya National Highways Authority has announced the temporary closure of a section of Nairobi's Langata Road tomorrow for planned maintenance works. The closure will affect the city-bound section of the service lane between T-Mall Roundabout and Makadara Roundabout. The maintenance works will run on Saturday and Sunday from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. Kenya has advised motorists to follow the proposed traffic management plan as well as traffic marshals on site. That's the Newswire. I'm Leah Ubaga.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, looking this morning and traffic coming in different parts of the city still continues here and there, but nothing too crazy. I think we've had a good day when it comes to traffic on this Friday. A little bit of movement still on the Pangani underpass as you get towards the CBD, but again, Friday has behaved very, very well, and we're coming out of traffic hour soon. Let's see what happens then. How about we talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
This is The Situation Room, the home of hard-hitting political commentary and penetrating insights about the state of the nation. This is a talk radio experience like no other. The Situation Room, a place for hard truths, debates, and elevated conversations. The Situation Room, witty, political, engaging, deep, controversial. In the room, we have C.T. Muga, researcher, academic, seasoned political observer, a fountain of wisdom in these politically uncertain times. Ndu Okoh, Nigerian by birth, Kenyan by choice, communications expert, Pan-Africanist, a truth seeker and believer in people power, and Eric Latiff, agent provocateur, the man in the chair, seasoned journalist, news hound, a man who believes in punching up, not down. This is The Situation Room. The only way to start
you're not seeing things. It still continues. Not Eric. But it continues at 7 minutes after 9 o'clock, getting into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And as those conversations continue, looking this morning at getting into the end of it on our Healthy Friday conversations, we will be talking this morning with David Ogot, who is a recovering alcoholic. But we're looking at whether alcoholism should actually be called or named a disability. We'll get into that, but what choices are you making before we get into that conversation today? What choices are you making? Do you have a plan? Well, ICEA Lion says you can have a plan. No matter how young you are, no matter how much older you are, what are your plans for the future? What is it that you want to do? And even as we say, well, this is my plan. This is where I want to go in the future. This is how I want it to look like. ICEA Lion says, come have a conversation with us. Tell us what you want to do. Tell us what you have, and let's see how we can make all of that happen. You can have a plan to have a nest egg for the future, and you can do that with ICEA Lion. All right, Okoh and CT Muga with you this morning. Ramayan has been our guest host all morning.
Oh, yes.
Good spirits up there, and we're getting into, thank you for being here with us and getting into a different kind of conversation today. And we say hello to our guest this morning, David Ogot. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Fantastic. Great to have you in the room today.
Thanks.
It's been a long time coming. It's our Healthy Friday conversation. As we get into it, CT goes around the continent every week. I know it's like Superman. And he brings back proverbs from African countries, and he's been in Ghana this whole week. So our proverb this morning.
You said Superman?
Yeah.
Iron Man.
Oh, sorry. Iron Man.
Apologies, Apologies, Mr. Stark.
Mr.
No one can prepare for the Harmattan by drinking plenty of water. Yes.
No one can prepare for the Harmattan by drinking plenty of water. So, David, you've come, but we give you work immediately. So what does that mean to you? How does that resonate with you?
I would guess drinking that water for future thirst. You have to drink your water whenever you are thirsty. You can't stock up on future problems. You deal with them.
You can't stock up on quench.
Yes, so as to put it in an alcoholic way,
yeah.
I'm sober a day at a time.
Yes.
I can't get all my sobriety for the next 4 months today.
You're sober now?
For today.
Yes.
So far, so good. Since I woke up,
I
haven't drunk.
That's very interesting that you say that. You can't stock up. And I think about the Harmattan, and I say, actually, you know what? It is dusty now. You get the dust when you're going from point A to point B. You wash off the dust, or you put on the shea butter or whatever to stop your skin from being so dry. But you cannot put and then say, I'm going to put enough for tomorrow.
For tomorrow.
You can't drink water and be hydrated for the whole Harmattan season.
Yes.
That's very interesting. You might have been onto something, Rama.
Well, we don't have enough cocoa butter and shea butter for today, tomorrow, the next day.
Yeah.
We're running deficits out here.
Oh gosh.
There's no fiscal consolidation for some of these things.
Okay. So, getting into this Healthy Friday conversation, there are many things around this. Let's start off with this, David. You call yourself, and I guess you call yourself a recovering alcoholic. Why?
Because from my take, there's no recovered or ex-alcoholic. Because, for example, I'm a biker, motorbikes. There was a time I had an accident, broke my leg. So there's things I couldn't do. I couldn't run an etc. until my leg healed. And then I said, I've recovered. I can now go back to doing things I used to do before I broke my leg. So conversely, with alcoholism, if I'm a recovered or ex-alcoholic, means I can go back to drinking alcohol the way I used to do when I had control before I crossed into alcoholism. And that is not a possibility. So as I said earlier with the saying, I am sober a day at a time. When I wake up, like today I was in Nairobi before coming here, the prayer I learned in rehab, God help me just for today, not to drink. And when I'll sleep, wherever I'll be, which county, whatever, thank you for helping me not to drink. So at midnight, bam, you start again. It's a day at a time.
Okay.
Yes.
So how do you know, how does one know, or what do we characterize when we say that one is an alcoholic or that you're in the state of alcoholism? Yeah, what is that?
Now, even that term, alcoholism, or drug addict, because alcohol is a mood-altering drug selectively capable of causing addiction. Because the one thing I've always said since I left rehab, alcohol doesn't cause alcoholism. Because if it caused it, then everybody who drank alcohol would end up alcoholic, which is not the case. So, bottom line is, I've tried to say there's as many definitions of alcoholism as there's types of alcohol. And if you put 10 of us on this show today and introduced us as experts and asked that question, you'd probably get us giving 10 different answers, leaving the listener and viewer totally now confused, because you said these are 10 experts. So my take is that you reach a stage where you are unable, once you drink the alcohol, whether it's a glass, a teaspoon, or whatever, you ingest any amount of alcohol, you are now no longer in control. So the example I give in my book, which I've been trying to get published since 2009, but story of another time, is that if, take myself as a vehicle, I'm a vehicle. My registration number plate, my number plate is David Ogot. The steering is my brain. Right now I'm driving this vehicle. If I ingest any amount of alcohol, I am automatically in the passenger seat. The person driving this vehicle now is alcohol. So right now, if I say I'm going to have one beer, and I am actually in the driver's seat, and my intention is one beer, once I take any amount of that beer, I automatically move to the passenger seat, and now David B takes over the steering. So David B will say, you said one. One crate, we're in this bar 1 week, we're in this bar 1 month. What about work? What about home? That's your kids' fees, that's the house rent. David B tells David A, buckle up. Buddha, me, I don't go less than 120k per hour. If I were you, I'd put on my seatbelt. Now, everybody's wondering, I was with David. We left, he said he was going to have one beer. As per we checked, he's still in the bar a week ago. I'm not in control. That's what we mean by loss of control. And I will not have that control until that alcohol leaves my body. And with it, David B.
Okay. This is not something that happens one time.
Yes.
This situation comes about as a result of repetitive action over time, does it not? When you get to the point where David B takes control. So it didn't just happen one day when you were at a party.
It's a process.
What's that process?
It's a process. First, you have to be in a country or environment where alcohol is available and is socially accepted. So all the countries in the world are divided into wet or dry. Wet being alcohol is available, socially acceptable, dry, Saudi Arabia, etc. It's not. So first, your environment, so that you are able then to start. Then you have to drink long enough to trigger the disease you were born with. Now there again, people say it's not a disease. So what is it if it's not a disease? Now, and earlier, what you are talking about, even agencies now, like WHO, World Health Organization, said using words like alcoholism, drug addict, etc., are stigmatizing. We use other terms like substance use disorder, mental health issues. And don't forget, all this trying to explain what alcoholism is, we have passed through stages where even we were saying chemical dependency. Some people still say chemical dependency. Water is a chemical. We all depend on water. So automatically that explanation, terminal, is wrong. You see? And then at some point, WHO said it is a disease. They agreed. Now, again, I can only go through the process I came from. So first, you have to start, continue long enough to trigger the disease you are born with. Because in my terminology, genetic predisposition is one. So when I was born to my mom in London, do I say London, UK? But do I say?
No.
Those many years ago, there to my mother, the late Grace Ogot, may she rest in peace, was born, her firstborn, an alcoholic.
How?
Yeah, when the dog slapped my butt and I cried to confirm I'm alive, the genes.
Okay.
Then you now need the environment. Then you now need to start and continue long enough to trigger. Because you know that experimenting age. I'm being told some of us were in some schools in the bush. Yeah? No names mentioned. No, I'm looking at them. We were together. That is why I started in that school in the bush.
So you started experimenting?
Yes, because I couldn't talk to girls. But you see, some people will experiment with alcohol, whatever. They don't like the taste. And that's it. Okay? Some will, some rites of passage. So you are now told you are now a man. Alcohol. So whichever way, there's that experiment. So continuing long enough to trigger. So as I said in the beginning, I would walk into a place, there's alcohol, and I don't feel like drinking.
Okay.
And it's there, and it's even free. And I don't feel like drinking.
And this is when you were much older?
No. This is when I started. I was 13 years old.
13.
In that school in the bush.
Okay.
And then now, I'm in control. If I say I'm having 2 beers, it's 2. If I say it's none, it's none. Even if it's there free at a wedding, whatever. But and you see, I was a late starter because of this thing of taste. I tried it. I didn't like the taste.
You were 13 years old, David.
Yes.
How are you a late starter to alcohol at 13?
Because some of my guys had started earlier. This was when I'm in Form 1, and I'm finding they're already drinking. So like when we go out, I'm with my Fanta or whatever soda, and them there with this, and they're asking me, what's that you are drinking? Go and sit at another table. This is not table for babies. And then the problem was, because I told them, and those days when I was 13, I was extremely, extremely handsome. Nowadays, I'm just handsome.
But those before days, it was extremely.
Okay. 3 times. You have to say it 3 times.
Okay.
And a very loud guy. I'm still loud. But when I try to talk to a girl, suddenly my brain goes blank. It's like somebody's switched off my brain. I'm stammering, I'm opening and closing my mouth like a fish. And so my buddies are telling me, because by that time I've told them, alcohol is for adults. And I don't want to get in problems with my parents. And smoking, you'll get cancer and die. I don't want to die. So, they're laughing and saying, okay. So now I'm asking, how come you guys, you're able to talk to girls? We go to school debate. After the debate, there's a dance. And these guys, me, I'm in the floater's corner. You see that girl, you want to go and ask for a dance. But then you go, and then the song is finished, and then you say the next one. And you go and chill at the wall. Then the next one. And the dance ends like that. It was called floater's corner. So then it would go to all the girls' schools. They've got floater, You're out there like, one of these places where there's a bar downstairs and a cinema upstairs, and you're waiting to go for the 2:00 movie, and these guys are talking and the girls are laughing, and then when the girl looks at you're stuck.
You're gone.
So that's how they told me, if you want to solve that problem, smoke cigarettes, drink alcohol. And I started with cigarettes. That school in the bush had a very big golf course amongst other spaces.
It was a big one.
He'll tell you, it was a big one.
Disclaimer, the 3 gentlemen in this room right now went to the same school. Okay.
Yes. So I tried the cigarette, coughed like an idiot, and they're saying you're wasting, because like you're one cigarette, they're smoking like 10 guys. Puff, puff, pass. So then, after about 3-4 days, I'm able to inhale, exhale through my nose, and it's like the movies, and and then I stole my dad's booze and, tasted and spat. I said no. So now I'm smoking, drinking a soda, and I still can't talk.
Okay.
So finally, before going to Form 2, I stole my dad's booze and I drank and puked and whatever, because I was determined by the time I go to Form 2, I'll be able to drink and get a girlfriend, or the alcohol will kill me. One of the above. So by the time I got in, I could actually drink 2 beers. And this is what I'm saying, late starter. Because some of these guys now could drink 1 beer tops. Okay? Now, me, I'm starting, by the time now I'm picking, and the first time now we've gone out and I've drank my 2 beers, and the girl asked me, what about you? You know, I was making the girls laugh till even girls on the next table are coming to see who is this handsome, extremely handsome guy. And I told Jesus, thank you, problem solved. Because you see, at that age, it's a personal problem.
So, you made a connection between the consumption of this alcohol and now the ability to talk to these young ladies and for them to actually then accept that now you've moved from the floater's corner to wherever else. So you've made a direct connection between the ingestion of this alcohol, how it made you feel, and the courage that it gave to you. Okay. So you've come from a place where you initially did not even like the taste of it.
I forced myself.
Now you forced yourself, and you can see something that has come because of that.
Yes.
So you're saying, is what you're saying now, this out, because we'll get a little bit more details in terms of how your journey now went beyond that. But essentially what I'm getting from you is that it is now being seen, this alcoholism, as a coping mechanism or a crutch, and that it is used to then help you overcome certain insecurities or weaknesses?
You see, like that time, they're not even telling me it's like a crutch. It's like girls like bad boys, tough guys. And you see, that's what we were seeing in the movies, the novels you're reading. This was what was all around us. The hero in the movie always smoked, drank alcohol, hard liquor, not even beer or wine or what, and drank it neat. You see? So if you want girls like tough guys drink alcohol and smoke cigarettes. So you're not even looking at it in that way of whatever. So you are seeing, I'm lacking this drinking of alcohol and smoking of cigarettes. And as I said, at that age, problems are very personal. You know, you're going out, your shirt has to hang in a certain way, your trousers. If you have a pimple on your face, you're wondering, today is Friday, Saturday when I'm going out. Where was this pimple between Monday and Friday when I was not going out? You know, it's a crisis. Every little small thing. But at that time, I'm still in control of the drinking. As I said, if it's one, it's one. I know I have to be in class, I have to be in this, so I'm not drinking, etc. But now with the 2 beers, at a certain point, I'm drinking 2 beers and I feel nothing. So, so I drink 3. And go with 3 for a while. At a certain time, I'm at 5 beers. And now I am a late comer, but out of the tough guys, because now I'm in that group of tough guys, we all drink alcohol, we all smoke cigarettes, I am that toughest of the tough guys, because now I'm the one telling guys, no, you, I don't want to sit with you, because you drink 2 beers, you start misbehaving. Well, these are table of men. You know, you go and sit there with ladies, and I don't know why we always say ladies are not able to handle their booze. So what was actually happening is my tolerance was increasing. Tolerance simply means I need more of the alcohol to get the same effect. And that is one of the signs of alcoholism, pending, coming. But to everybody around me, my group, this is the tough guy of the tough guys. Now I'm getting to a point where I want to drink during the term. And this is a boarding school. And where are you going to hide alcohol if I'm drinking 5 in one sitting, 6 in one sitting? Where are you going to hide enough alcohol? Now, some of the seniors, excluding one
senior,
used to send us for changa. You know, across the fence there was a informal settlement. So sometimes us, we would go there to buy chapatis and what when you feel the food wasn't enough, or you just want something tastier. And they would send us, and we used to say, how are people drinking changa and we are in what you call that school at that time, depending on which girl you are talking to, or you are talking to a guy, you'd call it its name, or if you are talking to a girl, you'd call it its former name, which was Duke of York, and you are saying it with a British accent.
Duke of York.
How can you be in Duke of York exactly, and you're drinking changa, which is for failures, useless people, and people who sleep in the street, homeless. What's wrong with these prefects? You know, but at one point we decided to taste. And the result was the same as we were getting with these other drinks we were drinking.
So maybe CT would want to ask if that is the point of no return.
Actually, and it was cheaper.
And much cheaper. And then you don't have to stock it. You just go across. We used to call it across. The fence, they shortened to across. You just go and buy. Now, that school rules were, discipline was high. Extremely high. So, what happens if you are caught? So we started Adopt a Prefect. Forget all these people like Mheshimiwa Pasari started Adopt a Light. So Adopt a Prefect, you pick your prefect, you go and you've bought for him changa. It's sold in jik bottles, empty jik bottles, washed, and bleach. And you go and, so you go and say half a jik, full jik, quarter jik, or So you go, you bought him the brand of cigarettes he smokes and a full jig. So he peeps out of his study in the corridor, for me, he thinks it's a trap. So he locks his door, he says, "Do you drink?" "Yes." Puts a glass, drink. So you pour the glass full.
And you're 14.
Neat. Yeah,
you're 14 years old.
14. Neat. And it's like you're drinking water. So the guy looks at you. "Do you smoke?" "Yes." There you are. You open, you light, you take a puff, another one, a fourth one. You haven't exhaled a third of the cigarette. Then the prefect is laughing. He's put his glass. Now you're drinking with the prefect, actually buying him booze, smoking with him. So you are a junior prefect, government within government, deep state kind of situation. So in the morning, I wake up late. I'm supposed to have woken up early, showered, brushed my shoes, everything. You're wearing shorts, gaiters, stockings up to just below your knees. You brush your shoes until you can see your face. You've made your bed using geometrical systems, even the angles. You can measure how whatever is folded, your counterpane. You've gone to the dining room if you're on duty and what. Now, I've woken up late, blah, blah, blah. Shower, I can't shower proper. I can't find one gaiter, my socks. After breakfast, there's an inspection in the dorm. You stand next to your bed. And the prefect comes around inspecting. So half my stockings are dangling down. I haven't combed my hair and I have a huge afro that time. I haven't made my bed. I just threw that. So my friends are saying today he's going to get it. So when the prefect comes to me, they're waiting for the explosion. The guy asks me, "Is your head aching?"
He's the guy who you
the prefect, yes. "Is your head aching?" I say, "Yes." "No, today don't buy from that place. Get that. It seems that whatever is not good." And he moves to the government within government.
I tell you, look, David, there's a lot going here already for us to even understand. And we can ask ourselves, understanding this story is also pointing us to now some of the things that we speak about today and how that journey now crossed over. We're going to take a break at this point and then come back and continue with this conversation and say, look, is it about time that alcoholism actually be called a disease, be called a disability? Because as you walk through this, we can start to see that and take some more questions as we come in after that. It's 29 minutes to the top of the hour. Eco Bank is the platform. It is the Pan-African bank, and you can plug in. Doesn't matter where you are. If you started off in one city and you need to go to the next, it doesn't mean that you have to shut anything down, but that you can continue. Because of this one platform, you can plug in and you can play 35 different markets around Africa and 4 in other parts of the world. It's giving a better way for a better Africa.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
You tune into Kenya's biggest conversation. My name is Ramanya.
Amen. Amen.
So 1 hour is over?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
It gets over
Can you imagine
in 20 minutes.
What the big boys have also done?
I'm very proud of myself. When you understand about partnership in politics, it's like the way marriage is these days. When you're looking for a wife, you're like, oh, maybe you can help me pay for fees as I pay for the rent.
Why should you have a lioness living in your bedroom?
I have to tell you a story. I went for a prayer meeting, which was called for the spouses of candidates for senators and governors. And when I got to the gate, the lady who was the secretary, she refused to. She's telling me, no. Leo tunataka wa mama. Leo ni wa mama. I'm telling her, no. She said, no, sio siku yenu. And I thought, there's a problem here, because if it was a man, but this was a lady.
It will be called First Ladies until you change the name.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
All right, so a few minutes after 9:30, we're coming out of traffic hour. It hasn't been too crazy as is the norm on Fridays. So just looking at little smidgens of it left as you're coming in from the Thika Superhighway just at the underpass. But even that will be done away with in a very short period. Limuru Road is also busy. That construction is what's going to hold you down for a while. But as you get then towards Parklands, whether you go towards Wangari Maathai or you go the other way onto Limuru Road, you will be okay in no time. Uhuru Highway coming in from the junctions, Lusaka and then Bunyala and then out towards Haile Selassie is where it looks the busiest right about now. But I think we'll get through without too much of an issue through Friday. Let's get to hear from you through the morning just in case and through the day on SpiceFM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Minutes to the top of the hour. Our Healthy Friday conversation today is: are we seeing a situation whereby alcoholism should be named a disability or a disease? Our guest this hour is David Okoh, a recovering alcoholic, and we're going through that journey with him.
When one looks at the consumption of alcohol and the bad name that drunkards and alcoholics have given alcohol, two different categories of people, you want to ask yourself, yes, there's a time when David was a young man, two things really, alcohol and cannabis sativa, that's what people consumed. But we're in the 21st century. What are the dangers that you could argue are equivalent to the ones that you faced in your youth that are prevalent now? For people who are young, who are 13, 14 and going on, because that's the age people start. And that journey, we look at the end product when somebody is not in control, but we forget they started somewhere. What are young people confronted with now?
You note on the poster it says time to declare alcoholism a disability. People are still arguing whether it's a disease. Still, this is I think 24 years after I left rehab. This is year 24. So when I entered rehab on October 1, 2000, my peer, who was alcoholic, still wondering what he's suffering from, and I leave rehab on 4th February 2001, so now I have two birthdays. The day I left rehab, February 4th, which was 14 days before my actual birthday, which is on February 16th, which was a few days ago. This guy, I've left rehab, he's still drinking, he doesn't know what his problem is, and he gives birth to a kid when I left rehab on 4th Feb 2001. That kid now is 24 years old. The dad is probably still drinking as we try to define what alcoholism is. And that kid, which was born the day I left rehab, probably has a kid of his own who is probably going to end up, because he runs in families, and we're still debating what exactly is it? Is it a disease? Is it substance use disorder? Is it chemical dependency? Is it blah, blah, blah? So I would still say, in spite of all the stuff which is there, heroin and what etc., you still find people saying today, like I used to say in my time and probably in Senior's time and his time, that I don't do drugs. I only drink alcohol and smoke cigarettes. And you see people going to schools to give talks and they're saying, students, today we've come to talk about tobacco, thing number 1, alcohol, thing number 2, and drugs, thing number 3. So when you are telling them, oh, you drink, that's a drug. No. Drugs are heroin, cocaine, weed, and bangi, and so on and so forth, marijuana. Then you say, okay, why are you refusing that alcohol is a drug? And they say, for example, Nakada people are here. And they said, we are talking about tobacco, alcohol, and drugs. And when they asked us, we said, we don't do drugs, which is alcohol and tobacco. We are not drugs. We don't do the heroin and etc. Even the term Nakada, campaign against alcohol and drugs.
Yes.
Alcohol
is separate.
So that in itself shows, and we are the ones who helped setting up of Nakada in the first place. In fact, the name is in the 3rd generation, because now they added authority.
Could it come from, and I know Rama's going to have a question in a minute, but could it come from the fact that you talk about it being, genetic?
Yes.
But at some point, you pick up the glass.
Yes.
You make the decision to do that.
Yes.
A headache doesn't ask your permission to come.
Yes.
Malaria, the mosquito doesn't ask you.
Yes.
This disease we're talking about.
Yes.
The mosquito doesn't ask you, can I bite you today and infect you with malaria?
Yes.
No. It happens without your participation.
Yes.
Except that you're there.
Yes.
In this case, you thinking, make a decision to pick up the glass.
Yes.
At some point, are you saying that even after having picked up that glass or bottle or whatever for some time and you realize that you've lost control, there's something there that you have no control over when you are in the presence of alcohol, that you can't just say no? It may sound like a difficult question, but those are the questions that people are going to ask when you're saying, let's declare this thing a disease, whereby you can control it.
Yes. Now, where is the control? My dad, who at one point was Chancellor of Moi University, writing African history for UNESCO, president, blah, 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 accolades like a book, just accolades. I'm the firstborn. My mom, Mheshimiwa, used to drink sherry or wine. Her achievements known. The brother who follows me, an architect in the US, who was also in that same school in the bush. In fact, we were all in Tomboya House. The one who follows him, engineer in the US, now came to Nairobi, in Malawi, all over the place. He's in great demand. Drinks alcohol to date, including the other one. My sister, the last one, still in the US, treating people, therapy. So how comes me and numerous uncles and cousins, in fact, if you count people in our family who have died due to alcohol related, leave the other drugs, bangi and what, because they're also there, just alcohol. And this is why we say alcohol, because alcohol is available, it is legal, it is acceptable. So the number of people drink and youth starting alcohol, and they're saying, we won't do drugs. But he's saying the father drinks, the mother drinks, he's in a group of schools, and so on and so forth. Or, on the other end of the scale, my mother brews changa, that's how she pays my school fees, okay? And from time to time gives me a cup. There's the kid who is being given alcohol to sleep so that the mother can do other things, and they don't have TV and so on and so forth. So how comes it is me? So if you take all those relatives to date, they would fill Langata Cemetery and would need more space. Alcohol, not the other drugs. Now, how comes my father, my mother, and my 3 siblings who drink alcohol, and my sister, when we found her picking stubs of cigarettes we have thrown down, me and my brothers, we beat her almost to an inch of her life. Don't take cigarettes, why are you smoking? And she was imitating her older siblings. Okay? So, we learn as kids by doing. So I'm seeing my dad drinks, I'm seeing he's a successful guy, my mom. So why would I not stop? And this is what we're saying, the genetic bit. And this is why I'm saying it does not cause alcoholism. Because then my dad would be alcoholic, my mom would have been, and my siblings, and would have all been in the rehab with all my relatives. Would need our own personal rehabs. So, and this is why I say loss of control does not mean if I see alcohol now, I start shaking. I must drink. No. Loss of control means when I ingest alcohol, the steering, my brain, it's now David B. driving. I'm in the passenger seat. But outside here, everybody is seeing. That's why they ask me, David, why, why I also drink. Why do you have to drink like this? You don't go to work. You don't go to this. So can't you drink like me? I can't.
Why then should we consider it the disaster it actually is?
Yeah.
And if we were, what effect would that have? Because the world over, I think if one looks at data, one looks at research that has been done, the damage that alcohol does is significantly higher than the other drugs that one may want to even point fingers at. They cause damage, definitely. But alcohol has been number one for a very, 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 very long time.
Yes. It is number one. And just look at the effects. If underage people and alcoholics and drunkards, you mentioned drunkards earlier. If you call me a drunkard, I'll be offended. I'm not a drunkard. And just to expound earlier what I said, you start, you continue long enough. So you cross from the so-called social drinking, which means you are drinking in a, I'll walk into a place, see you having a drink.
Yeah.
And ask you, do you drink? And I say yes. Since when? I've known you for 10 years, I've never seen you drink. Well, all those I didn't feel like a drink. But an alcoholic, you are going, let's say you are at Kencom bus stop, you are going to Ongatarongai, you'll see one alcoholic out of 1,000 people. There's one alcoholic at that bus stop, causing chaos, abusing ladies, trying to hold them inappropriately, doing all manner of nonsense. Okay? Then you reach Ongatarongai, your stage, you get off, there's one alcoholic in a group of 1,000 coming to town, doing the same chaos, and you go home saying, Kenya is full of alcoholics. Out of those 1,000 people at the bus stop, 900 had drunk. But you know, out of the 900, one was the alcoholic.
Because it was out of control.
Out of control. You had giving alcohol a bad name. Okay? Because in this campaign to help others, what is the biggest problem in helping an alcoholic? Stigma. Even that title, Recovering Alcoholic, my father for the first 4-5 years, he calls me, David, very good show. Why do you call yourself alcoholic? You've stopped drinking, you left rehab. No, why don't you say you are director of this, founder of this, blah, 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 award-winning journalist? No. Because I come onto the show to remove my clothes. This is me when I was drinking. Okay? So you have to see my nakedness in its entirety. Or I go and be a potato farmer. But if you want to do this work, so that that person sitting at home with their child, spouse, whatever, says, this guy's story is worse than mine, and is now there, sober, talking sense. Why am I hiding my person? And he has said help is there. And he has explained in a way through my story. That's why our hashtag is our story shall set us free. Because stigma is the biggest barrier to alcoholics and other drug addicts getting help. So, for the rest of my life, and that is why one day at a time, there's something called relapse. Relapse means I start drinking again. You relapse into your previous state of existence, which is drinking. Now, in that stage, you start drinking, the social drinking. You are controlling. You can enter what is now called like hazardous drinking, where it's like drunkenness. But first, before you reach there, you go into the heavy drinking. Now, heavy drinking does not mean you're alcoholic. You'll find a guy walks into a bar after work, drinks a whole bottle, 750 ml of whiskey, for example. When he pours the last drop of whiskey into his glass, the waiter will bring his bill because he knows this guy is not going to add anymore, even if you offer him free. Tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday, by Friday, this man has drunk 5 750 ml mzingas of alcohol. he is a heavy drinker because he tells you, I do not drink before 5. I do not drink during the weekends. But you are so describing alcoholism, for example, by the amount somebody drinks.
Doesn't work.
It is no.
It is behavior.
It is because this guy simply, remember I talked about tolerance. He simply has high tolerance. Even everybody who drinks alcohol, if you ask the guy, how much do you drink? He tells you 2 beers. You ask somebody else, a glass of wine. Self-imposed limits. Did you go to eCitizen, put in your name, tribe, height, weight, and it tells you they forgot 2 beers, 3 beers, glass of wine? No. You try, you drink 1 beer, you add another one, you start feeling, no. Say you try again, you start feeling wobbly, you say, bus. So you know my limit is 1. My limit is...
Dave, can I ask you about
yes.
Because the beauty of this conversation is that we've got multiple generations on the table. And
yes.
what we've seen, especially in the last decade, with Instagram, TikTok, etc., becoming a lot more prevalent. And one of the arguments that has always come up is the harms that come up from social media. We see, for example, with body dysmorphia among young girls. You know, you constantly get bombarded with these images of this is what a perfect body looks like.
Right.
And you're constantly trying to meet this unattainable goal. And I wonder, based on what you've seen trying to work with young people who have a problem with alcohol, to what extent is the content they see or the norms they see on social media a problem in forming that habit?
Yeah, you see, again, media has just expanded. You see, I said in my time, when I was able to exhale through my nose, I looked like the heroes.
Yeah, because the example you gave was the movies, the guys who saw in movies and soap operas, right? And TV dramas.
Yes, everything whether it's a novel you're reading or a movie you're watching or on telly. Now, the media has come closer in terms of accessibility. So now for the young people, even if he doesn't have or she doesn't have, a friend has. Or the cyber cafe, or where it's accessible for a few shillings, you can get access. And again, the role modeling which is done there is not real. But we don't know it's not real, just like my time. Nothing has changed. Monkey see, monkey do. So we were talking about sayings. That's one.
Do you think it's as much a threat or maybe worse today as it was, 30 years ago? Whereby there have been several calls that we've seen over the last, even if you're just going to take the last 5 years. So I'm not going to say it's getting younger because, for goodness sake, you were drinking at 13, 14, and you were drinking heavily. And do you think it's more prevalent? And if so, from your experience, what do you think ought to be done aside from then saying it's a disease or disability?
Now, here's the thing. If I entered a bar those days, the nearest adult to that door would box my ears.
Very fast.
And who are you looking for? Oh, my uncle.
Why are you here?
Why are you here? My uncle. No, who is your uncle? That one. Okay, wait outside. And then later, even the uncle would be there. Why do you tell young children to come here to see our nakedness? These are not things young people should see. Now, today, young people enter a bar during the day with wearing full uniform and are served alcohol. And nobody seems to mind. Because when you are boxing my ear, wherever I was, somebody else was boxing. I was probably boxing your kids' ear, wherever I was. And that way there was some... Now, and you're talking about online. You see, I can order. Now, online, deliveries, whatever I want, 24 hours a day. Alcohol and literally any other thing I want.
Delivered right to the doorstep.
And you see, like now, people who died recently in Kirinyaga.
Yeah.
This thing is periodical. And why I'm saying we need to stop stigmatizing not only alcoholics, but we need to stop stigmatizing alcohol. Because to help, we need every adult, whether you own a bar, whether you are a manufacturer of alcoholic drinks, whether you are a pastor, imam, or what, as long as you are an adult, it is our collective duty to make sure underage people don't drink. As I started saying earlier, if underage people, alcoholics and drunkards, and I was saying don't call me a drunkard, because in that progression, you reach from heavy drinking into drunkenness. Drunkenness is a fellow who just drinks, if I may use that Kiswahili slang, fwa. He drinks stupidly. Okay? Is it Kijaluo? Okay, I'm not sure. Okay. And a drunkard will roll his car. Roll his car. Come out, sit on the pavement in his very expensive suit and say, if this is what 10 beers does, from today I'm drinking 5, 3 or none. Instant decision from a bad occurrence as a result of that drink. He has control. Then they sing for you that song which that group sang, many tuendelea ama tusiendelee. And you are there saying, yeah, I'm top dog. Huh? And you say tunaendelea. You are then deported into the country of uncontrolled drinking, loss of control. And that you cannot come back. So another example I give, and they're always of vehicles, I don't know why, is an alcoholic. The alcoholism now is a 40-foot fully loaded trailer with AI. And it had AI from my time, long before AI came. By AI, I mean, right now, anytime you get off, you've gone to sleep, you've blacked out, the trailer automatically goes and parks at the trailer park on top of a hill, 90-degree slope. So every time you enter your trailer, in other words, you start drinking, the trailer takes off down a 90-degree slope, fully loaded, 40-foot with no brakes. And brakes which can never come back. My 40-foot is parked up there since February 4th, 2001.
Not had a drink since then?
Huh?
Have you not had a drink since then?
Okay, I had a couple of relapses, but just for the sake of illustration. Okay? So if something comes in, and relapse is also a process, something can happen now, and I pick up a drink 2 months, 2 weeks, 2 years from now. Then you are looking, what happened today? That is picked a drink. No, look, something happened before, and then the process
David,
now started.
What constitutes a relapse?
A relapse.
Just
you
drinking once or going on a binge?
No, that's called a slip.
Yes.
And also, like I had the longest one, which lasted, was 4 months. And I actually, even the first one, when I went to the Changa dens, you know, I left rehab like Jesus. That I was going to save the world.
Okay.
Yes.
And save everybody
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So you went back
to the dens, telling them, was there, yeah? You know what? I found the solution. You know why we were drinking like this? Yeah, I was in rehab, blah, blah, blah. And they're listening, and I'm saying, Mama, give them a jig. Me, bring for me Stony. Note, that bottle is brown. Half liter. So subconsciously, it's like a beer bottle. I'm drinking that. I'm not smoking. And at the end of the day, I go home and I'm thinking I'm making progress. Because they were saying, tell me more, Oh, Mama, give them. So I'm buying.
Yeah.
An alcoholic will agree to anything as long as you are buying. So at one point, I think day 4 or 5, I walk in and they laugh. They were throwing back my stories at me, but I didn't know. Oh, this one is not drinking because his wife said he'll leave. They laugh. Oh, no. He was taken to a witch doctor, which is true. So if he drinks, he'll die. No, they laugh. So I said, oh, Mama, bring me a jig. Poured, I drank. Poured, I said, I've not exploded. I'm going to go home. Even if you want me to come with my wife tomorrow, come with her, you see. Then I got home, and I'm thinking and I used to get home before my wife leaves job. So I get home and I'm thinking to myself, I was told once you drink, the drink's in charge, you blah, 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 no breaks, what? I've drunk, I've come home.
I'm fine.
So next day when I went, I said, okay, let me drink, but since I won't drink a lot. And then slowly, that's how I got back to, Now, the longest one lasted about 4 months.
Yeah.
Now, that could still be constituted as a slip because I was going in and I'm going back. But then towards the end of it, and you see, I would even go and ask for flat beers. I would drink for days before going home. Same underpants, same whatever. So even I'm going to a bar and asking the waiter to give me a handkerchief so that I can pour. You know the broken beers, so the handkerchief sieves in case there's broken glass. And this beer is already flat. Till the barman is looking at you and saying, no, let me buy you a beer.
If it's that bad.
Yeah?
David,
Yes.
look, because I think that the experience helps us understand a lot of the processes a lot better. But and I know we're coming to the head on this conversation. But what needs to happen today, whether we're talking about those involved, you talked about adults, those who are policy making, those who are in the health sector, what needs to happen for us to start to get some mileage on reining in this?
Okay. Why did I start what I'm doing today, which is fighting for rights of addicts, alcoholics, because when I was taken to every kind of help, psychiatry, free prayer where my dad pays the person to come and pray for me in the house, finally a witch doctor. And he would call a clan meeting to ask what can we try, which we haven't tried. So after the witch doctor failed 3 attempts, 2 in up country, 1 he came to Nairobi. My dad called the clan meeting where he said he's the one talking. Nobody's going to talk. And he said he's only going to do a prayer. And after the prayer, people leave at your leisure. And he said, God, we know you see everything. And you have seen how we have tried to help our firstborn son, David. Now, God, I'm reminding you, he is also your son. Call him so that he can rest, so that we can also rest. Amen. You may live at your. Told my mother, my wife, everybody, don't go crying at night. Where's David? Is he arrested? No, go and sleep. God is a God of answering prayers. Let us wait for him to call David to rest so that we may also rest. 1 year later, approx, I got to a rehab. 200 shillings a day.
Yeah.
Pit latrine. In 14 days, I knew my problem. So I got so annoyed looking at my whole route, India, 4 years, never stepped in a college, crazy things I've done. I said, I'm going to use my media background to tell people you are being cheated. The problem is not this, it's this.
I think it's important that we continue with these conversations. Unfortunately, the luxury of time sometimes an issue for us. But David, understanding this experience, I think we have insights into how we can continue the conversation. Thank you for being here this morning. I'm looking forward to having another chance to do this.
Yeah.
Rama, thank you so much for guest hosting with us today. It's always a pleasure to have you in the room.
It's always fun. It's always fun. Thank you for having me.
Until we do it again. Indeed. Thanks for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this week. Getting to the weekend. Have a fantastic one. We do it again on Monday. Have a great weekend. It's 10 a.m.
Spice up your life